Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to begin the session for today. We were to begin at 8:45. We are now 3 minutes late, so I'd like us to start off with a word of prayer. So shall we pray? Our dear loving Father, we thank you for this morning. Thank you for this day. We want to give all the glory and honor to you for giving us the opportunity even to be in this meeting. We want to commit the meeting before you, Lord. We pray for the agenda that is ahead of us. We pray for knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. We even pray for the connections that we are having between us and the rest of the participants, wherever they are. We pray that they shall be enhanced and there shall be no interruptions whatsoever, oh God. We pray that, Lord, you'll be able to give us time to be able to interact and to be able to deliberate on the issues that are ahead of us. We thank you, Lord. We bless you because we pray this, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. So welcome to this second sensitization training by the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation. It is a follow-up of our earlier sensitization that we had between 13th and 17th of September 2021. So we want to thank you for joining the meeting, and we hope that we are going to have very fruitful discussions as we go through. I want just to alert you that if you want to get to interact with us, please, you can use the chat as well as the question and answer icons that are there. You also can raise your hand, and then we'll be able to see your hand and we'll be able to give you an opportunity to be able to ask the question that you want. But we'll be happy if you can post your questions to Q&A so that you can be able to be responding to them in real time. My name is Boniface Wanyama, Acting Director, Research, Accreditation and Quality Assurance at the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, as well as the chair of the committee that is charged with the responsibility of ensuring that we mainstream STI within the performance contract. We have a team of the Secretariat, 10 in number. Some of them will be making presentations in the course of time. And towards the end, I'll be able to let you know who they are. And for now, I want to begin by taking you through the introductions as well as the objectives of this meeting. I hope you can be able to hear us well. If you do, please also indicate on the chat so that we know that we are communicating with you. So I want to give you the first presentation this morning. And as I have already introduced myself, just as we get the presentation loaded, I hope you can be able to see that on the screen. Okay, I hope you can be able to see that on our screen. See that on our screen? We're trying to share the screen now. Hope that is now clear. Is it okay now? Thank you, if you can see it. So this is the STI mainstreaming indicator training for the MDS organized by the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation. And I want to take you through the introduction of the objectives of this training. Next. Okay. So just to give you some introduction about the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, which we abbreviate as NACOSTI, is established by the Science, Technology and Innovation Act of 2013, revised in 2014. That is deliberate so that you may see there is a small difference between the Act of 2013 and the revisions that were made in 2014. And NACOSTI is the specialized government agency on all matters relating to research, scientific and technological activities required for appropriate development of the country. The Act provides a framework for a coordinated approach to the management of a knowledge-based economy to achieve the aspirations of Kenya Vision 2030, the African Union Agenda 2063, and the SDGs, as well as compliance with the Constitution of Kenya 2010. In summary, our mandate is to regulate and assure quality in science, technology, and innovation sector, and advise government on matters related thereto. And to undertake this mandate, the Act outlines 17 functions, which can be summarized into 4 as regulatory, advisory, coordination, promotion of research, science, technology, and innovation. So let me now delve into the performance contracting. And I want to say that since 2003, the government has used the performance contracting as a key accountability tool in its endeavor to improve service delivery in the public service. The role of STI in Kenya's development discourse is acknowledged by the Kenya government as is depicted in the 10th edition of the Performance Contracting Guidelines for the financial year 2013-2014, where the MDAs were expected to report on research and development as one of the means by which institutions can apply new knowledge to experience future growth by improving and expanding their operations. This indicator, however, has not featured in subsequent PC guidelines, and consequently resulting in a gap in tracking the extent to which the MDAs are generating and applying new knowledge to improve their production processes and service delivery to the country. In the 2021-2022 financial year, which is the 18th cycle of the PC, 2 new performance indicators were introduced in the guidelines. And these are 1, business processing reengineering under the service delivery, and the second one was science, technology and innovation, STI mainstreaming under the core mandate. And in view of that, NACOSTI has prepared the necessary documents and uploaded them on the website to guide MDAs in implementing the indicator. And these documents include 1, summary of the STI mainstreaming PC indicator for 2021-2022, quarterly reporting template for STI mainstreaming indicator. We also have on our website, you'll find a template for institutional STI strategy. Then related to that is the guide to development of STI strategy. Then we have a framework for STI mainstreaming indicator performance contracting. We have also put there the responsibilities of focal person and STI champions. Again, very deliberate, because a number of you have been asking the difference between the focal person and the champions, and those responsibilities are outlined in that document that you'll find on the website. Finally, we have a list of institutions to implement STI mainstreaming indicator as well. And also what we've done is we undertook sensitization training of MDS from 13th to 17th September 2021, where a total of 669 STI focal persons as well as champions attended. And today we have organized the second capacity building training, which will take place today, 21st, and the 22nd of October 2021. There are roles that have been assigned to the specialized agencies, and as per the performance contract guidelines, the roles of the specialized agencies where we fall are as follows. 1, to develop relevant performance indicators and sub-indicators for the implementation by MDS. 2, to receive, analyze, and provide feedback on relevant performance indicators within 15 days from the date of submission. 3, provide technical support to MDS in the implementation of relevant performance indicators, including capacity building, and assess the annual performance of MDS for relevant and for the relevant performance indicators and communicate the results to each MDS, and then required to submit a complete list of scores for all MDS to PSPMMU not later than 15th of July. Now, that is directly taken from the guidelines. Again, further, as per the guidelines, there are also responsibilities for the MDS, and this include 1, submitting both quarterly and annual reports online to the agencies that have oversight mandate, and in this case, we're talking about the specialized agencies within a prescribed timelines for respective performance indicators. And of course, now the specialized agencies like NACOSTI should provide a feedback, again, online within the prescribed timelines. And continue compiling and submitting their reports online using the existing agency-specific reporting platforms until we have the GPCIC fully developed, and that all reports will be integrated into that system once the system is complete. Now, one of the other responsibilities is that the specialized agencies shall communicate details of performance indicator, specific reporting guidelines, which we have put on our website, and of course, even how to access the information. And then finally, the timelines for submission of reports should be 15 days after the end of the quarter for quarterly performance reports, and within 15 days after the end of the contract period for the annual reports. I want to mention here that we have received quite a number of reports within the stipulated timelines of 15 days. And what we are doing as NACOSTI is that we are going through those reports currently, and we shall be able to give a feedback of the same before the 30th of this month, which is October, just to be able to be in compliance with the expectations or the requirements of the performance contract. So expect to be receiving from us individual reports or feedbacks after we go through your submissions. So that now brings me to the reason why we are here this morning. So why are we here this morning? I want to mention that the overall objective of this sensitization is to be able to prepare you to effectively implement and report on STI mainstreaming indicator for the 2021-2022 financial year. That is the reason why we are here. But specifically, there are things that we are purposing to do. One, we want to provide a forum for information sharing by MDS and NACOSTI. Why are we doing that? I've already mentioned that we have received quite a number of reports from MDS since the end of the contract period. First quarter, which was 30th of September. And then within the 15 days, we've received quite a number of reports, and which we have gone through most of them, and we should be able to finalize that by next week so that we can be able to give you a report. So we would like to give you an opportunity to be able to share with us some of the experiences that you've had so that we can be able to see how we can be able to address them. And of course, the training as well will take into consideration some of the emerging issues that we've been able to find so that the training will be tailored to addressing a few of the gaps that we noticed as we went through the reports that were provided to us. Second thing we are going to do is, again, just to give you an overview of the STI mainstreaming indicator. We'll take you through again, just for clarity of that indicator, and particularly for those MDS that have not been able to grasp it well. So we'll give you an overview of that. We want to zero in on two main aspects. One is the development of the institutional STI strategy, which again, we have taken note that was a point of weakness from the reports that we have analyzed so far. So we'll spend a bit of time to go through the strategy, or how you expected to prepare the STI strategy. And finally, we again want to give you an overview of the STI reporting framework. Again, a bit of challenge was noted through the submissions that we received, and therefore we will take again a bit of time to be able to take you through on how to report. The overall expectation for us from NACOSTI is that we want to work together with MDS very closely to be able to ensure that you report, or you give us data that is accurate, data that is authentic, and data that is verifiable. And in doing that, we can be able to prepare a status report on the overall science technology within this country, based on the accurate information that we are receiving from the MDS. So that is how our program looks like. We started at 8:45. By this introduction and the objectives of training, which I've just done, I'll be ushering in shortly Professor Walter Oyao, the Director General of the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, to make his remarks. Then we'll give you an opportunity to ask questions, and we'll also look at the questions that you put on the Q&A as well, and give the opportunity to those who want to field questions to be able to ask. Then we'll look at the rationale and overview of the STI mainstreaming indicator. It's going to be taken through by Javan Mwiti. And then later on, take you through the development of the institutional STI strategy that will be taken through by Ms. Margaret Mother. Finally, we look at the overview of the STI reporting framework that is going to be given by Sir Cyrus Kamau. And then we hope to end the day by about 1 o'clock. So briefly, that is what we are going to go through today. That is just the building in which we are in, the headquarters for the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, both sides, photo taken. And thank you very much for your attention. And those who have questions, please just put them under Q&A. We'll be able to respond later. I would want at this point to invite the Director General, Professor Walter Oyawa, who is already joined, to be able to give his remarks even as we begin our training today. Professor, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. I think we have the floor now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Boniface. I hope, Mr. Yagon, are you able to upload the PowerPoint from our side so that we minimize the issues of bandwidth? Yes, I'll present and you'll try to catch up because I'll move fairly fast. Yes, please upload. Yeah, in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, welcome to this second series of STI mainstreaming training. We are indeed privileged to have yet another large congregation. I'm seeing there are already 82 participants on participating in this event. And we look forward that at the end of the year, we'll be able to have made a difference in how you do your activities as regards science, technology, and innovation. As NACOSTI, even as is applauding, I just want to say that we are the regulator of science, technology, and innovation. Science, technology, and innovation cuts across. It cuts across right from kindergarten to primary school, to high school, to universities, to tertiary institutions, to postgraduate studies, and into MDAs, the activities that you do there. And we would, the purpose of this presentation is really to reiterate, to reaffirm that with the COVID pandemic, matters of STI have become at the front line of mankind's activities. As a matter of fact, science, technology, and innovation is seen as a frontline responder to matters relating to COVID, response to COVID. Yes, thank you, Yagon. That is a topic that you have picked. I have quite a number of slides, but I'll skip a number. Please, you may send your questions in the chat so that we also save on time. The topic that we chose was to relate the STI mainstreaming to the current events, so that it's not just an ordinary mainstreaming. It is coming at times when the world is disrupted, things have changed. I've just seen the records in Europe. The numbers are going up in the UK, in the US. It was going down, they're opening up the economy, then suddenly there's a lot of stress and the numbers are going up. So the experts, I think, say that might be saying that the COVID pandemic is starting to be endemic. I'm not an expert in that, but at least I got that word, endemic. It could be like the normal flu, which comes, we survive with it, and so forth. So we just want to highlight very quickly STI as an anchor to humanity in a disrupted and volatile world. As I was saying, we want to say that it's like an anchor. And with this, we want just to go back to the act that establishes NACOSTI, STI Act 2013, that defines what is research system. That confusion is likely to happen. These words have been there for a while. People think STI is about just research. Others will think it's about technology. Others will wonder what is innovation. In the STI Act, the word or the phrase research systems is defined as research, science, technology, and innovation. And this was done by the experts then some years back. And if you look at the definition of this, you'll get a lot of academic definitions, but I found the simplest, which simply says that science is the creation of knowledge, and that's where research comes in. So science comes from R&D, and therefore we would use the word the creation of knowledge. And then a very simplified explanation says technology is the application of knowledge. Yes, application of knowledge which has come from science, and then innovation is the application of technology. A key difference between innovation and technology is that innovation as the entrepreneurial part, it has the business component. Technology, you can come up with technology which could even be very expensive, but when you come to innovation now, that element of making it workable, having it as a product or a service becomes extremely important. Next slide, Diagon. And we want to emphasize from what is out there, which I think most of you already know, that STI are key drivers of economic and social development and are hence critical means of implementation of the national agenda. These have been in policies, but the times have changed. That what was stated some years ago as just the general statements of policies is now becoming a reality that is really at the center of everything. And we want to say that indeed STI has played a significant role in the rapid socioeconomic transformation of countries, the countries that we call the Asian tigers, the Republic of Korea, Singapore, most recently China, Japan, even Taiwan. They did very well because they realized the relevance of STI, and they passed us. Like we are told, Malaysia actually came and borrowed our plans here, went and implemented them, and they're far, far ahead. We are not too late. We could figure out what to do within our resources, within our means, and within our culture. And I just want to relate that what we are doing, even as part of STI mainstreaming, is not just a Kenyan thing. It is something which started off a long time ago. We are just implementing what is agreed at global level as a global agenda. If you look at UN's Agenda 2030, I'll have to take some water. If we look at UN's Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development goals that came in 2015, STI, in fact, research, science, technology, innovation, is said to be the core to achieving these SDGs. And they say that the creativity, the know-how, technology, and financial resources from all of society is necessary to achieve SDGs in every context. And you go to the next slide. I just want to quote what one of the world presidents said very recently, and that was in August 2021, just very recent, the president of Uzbekistan. He mentioned things which is very, very linked to what we are doing as STI mainstreaming. And he said, and I quote, "We must build intellectual potential, that's the human capital, knowledge and experience, and turn these factors into points of economic growth and resource development." So I want to challenge each one of us that if you have been doing research, if you have been upgrading technologies, coming up with technologies like in the Tibet institutions, the research institutions, the universities, have you been able to work with other players to convert the items that, or the things that you've achieved, have you been able to turn them into points of economic growth and resource development? That becomes extremely important. That is really the purpose of STI mainstreaming. It's not academic. It's not about publishing your work. It's about what have you done? Are you able to trace it up to the end that Wanjiku or any Kenyan is able to benefit? So again, you look at that, is words, there are keywords there. There's research, there's innovation. And innovation, as I said, as the component of business, a component of entrepreneurship, and that is lacking now. This is probably what we need now to encourage our people to come up with innovative ways of doing things. And all of us as MDS are requested in whichever core mandate that we're undertaking to be able to translate what we are doing to help our people, especially at this particular time. If you listen to the president's speech yesterday during Mashujaa Day, it was more of the recent achievements achieved maybe over the last 1 or 2 years, great achievements. And he talked of certain sectors. This ought to be for all of us in all the sectors that we do. The president says in the last sentence there, we need to understand one thing, that without science, without innovation, we will never achieve our goals. That's a powerful statement. It literally tells you that you have to mainstream this. It's not a question of choice. It's not that we are not doing research, they are doing research, because I say research system includes the research, the science, the technology, and innovation. You could be in any area. You could be specializing in research. You could be specializing in technology, innovation. And next, Yegon, where I just want to also, and maybe you've come across this, that the US really also, just like the Asian tigers, used science and technology to catapult themselves to where they are now. And to do that, they actually established an Office of Science and Technology Policy, or STP 1976, which reports directly under the presidency. And if you look at the third bullet there, the mission of OSTP is to maximize the benefits of science and technology to advance health, prosperity, security, environmental quality, and justice for all Americans. This is what I want to emphasize, that research, science, technology, innovation is not just about the economy. It's not just improving the economy. Countries that we aspire to surpass recognize from the word go that it is the direct bearing on the health, which is a big issue now. It has direct bearing on prosperity, which is economic, but most importantly, it is also a national security issue. It is also an environmental issue, and it's also as a means of justice, because through STI, you can minimize the gaps that are there between the haves and the have-nots through that. And I go to coming back home, the Agenda 2063, as I said, I'm moving very fast. You can read this, and I think a number of you are already familiar with this. AU talks of Agenda 2063, which was adopted in 2014, just a year before the UN one, and is Africa's strategic framework and blueprint for transforming Africa into a globally competitive continent. And that vision that aspires to have a prosperous and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens, is actually anchored on science, technology, innovation. And innovation, and if you go to the second slide, as part of that vision, the AU developed the Science, Technology, Innovation Strategy for Africa, that is TISA. This TISA has really informed and technology write-up or vision in our MTP3. I think we are concluding MTP3 and now going to MTP4, but the TISA, which comes from the AU, really informed some of the contents of our MTP3. There were three areas that were identified by the AU, or three distinct strategies that was identified by the AU Agenda 2063. One was the Continental Strategy for Education, CSA 25, and then Continental Strategy for Technical and Vocational Education and Training. That's where TVET and TVET institutions come. And then you have Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa. This cuts across. And we had a very successful conference, I think, in August, where we brought on board, we adopted a multi-sector approach that brought on board both the TVET institutions, the research institutions, the universities, different MDAs that were there. And one of the resolutions is that this should be an annual conference to bring all of us together. So we pray that as STI champions, as STI focal point, you will play the lead in participating in this annual multi-sector approach. One of our top philanthropists, Dr. Narendra Raval, actually confirmed that he will sponsor next year's function at Egerton University. And I'm really calling on you 1 year earlier, just to prepare for these great functions where you're able to display what we're doing. As part of, we actually hope that you'll be able to display what you've done with regard to STM streaming to the publics. And next, Yagon, still on AU's TISA, that the AU's STI strategy for Africa places STI at the epicenter of Africa's socio-economic development. The mission is to accelerate the transition of African countries to innovation-led, knowledge-based economies. You've seen the word innovation becomes really key because it's the advancement of technology. It has a business component, and we are saying that you need other players. If you are a researcher, if you are a scientist, you need other players to assist you on that component of innovation, because it's more business, it's more brokerage, and so forth. Now, the essence of STM streaming is still in the TISA 2024, which urges and mobilizes all key stakeholders, academics, researchers, innovators, funding bodies, entrepreneurs, public sector, private sector, civil society, and the public to collectively and inclusively deploy STI in all sectors of our socio-economic development. Now, COSTI, we come in as part of this STM streaming to bring all of us on board. We recognize that various agencies are doing very well in the mandate they're doing. If we look at the kind of construction that Kenya is doing, is superb and powerful, benchmarked with global construction elsewhere. And a number of you are doing very well, but you're doing it in silos. So unless we come together and figure out our points of convergence to really come up with a package that fits all of us, we will continue that silo thing and end up duplicating what is being done elsewhere. So one of the elements of STI mainstreaming is really to bring us together. And it's really captured also in our own. Now we have moved from the UN to the AU, and we come back to the Kenyan agenda, Kenya's Vision 2030. Again, I hope you're on that slide, which is the country's development blueprint up to 2030. Its objective is to help transform Kenya into a newly industrializing middle income and so forth and so forth. You look at that word, industrializing. That's literally another word for technology innovation. And when we mainstream, we are really directly responding to Vision 2030. We still have, is it 9 years to achieve that? And based on what His Excellency said yesterday, is like we are really on course. The kind of projects that are coming up, which are more focused on industrialization, even as much as our mainstay is agriculture, is how do you convert those agricultural outputs into industrialization. Now, the Vision 2030 strategy focuses on reforms and development across 10 key sectors. This one we are supposed to be familiar with. And one of these sectors is the science, technology, and innovation sector. And the policy is established under the various pillars. The 3 pillars are largely anchored on an all-round adoption of STI. Again, I just want to repeat that if we adopt this as single MDS, we are not going to go far. It will only work when we adopt a multi-agency approach, what is now being called a whole government approach to know what is happening elsewhere. And this is where STI mainstreaming becomes very necessary. And the same with the Vision 2030, the strategy requires, and I emphasize, this strategy requires a multi-sectoral initiative to develop STI solutions that can address the current and future development problems. So it talks of the various groups, the professionals, non-profit organizations. As I said, you even start from early childhood development. When we talk of STEM education, is part of our STI priorities. So it is literally everybody to find a way. Even the training, the CBC, which is under a lot of debate, is where we really would want to nurture technology-oriented programs right from kindergarten. I will move to MTP3. Yagona, I hope you are there. MTP3, the mantra is accelerating the transition to an innovation-led and knowledge-based economy. That statement has come from the STISA 2025, the Science and Technology Innovation Strategy for Africa. And you can see the word is innovation-led, knowledge-based economy. We are on course, and I'm sure that when we do our things together and break the silos, the speed will be much faster. And the aim of that was to even improve Kenya's, what they're calling the Global Innovation Index, to attain position 85 in Global Competitiveness Index, ranking out of 137 countries. Kenya has done very well on this, by the way. And at the moment, I think we are only second to South Africa in sub-Saharan Africa with regard to Global Innovation Index. Yagon, you'll skip a number of slides and you go to where we are saying the extract from His Excellency's speech in November 2020, again, to reiterate the importance of STI mainstreaming. Hope you are there, Yagon. You are there?
Yes, BJ.
Okay, yes. Now I've just extracted His Excellency's speech to ISIPE during is this the correct one? Yeah, to ISIPE during the 50th anniversary celebration. That was in November 2020. And I just quote, this is from the presidency website, you can get that. And he says that science and research are key to unlocking Kenya's development potential. Science and research is emphasized. And that really informs this STI mainstreaming. And the president therefore said the government will continue implementing programs aimed at nurturing its growing scientific talent pool. Now, nurturing scientific talent pool is something that we'll ask all MDS within your organizations. There's young and upcoming pool which needs to be encouraged in whichever, depending on your core mandate, to be able to capture data. There's a lot of data in the internet that could inform our national development. In fact, the first step, rather than rush into even research, is just to find out what has been done elsewhere. Like COVID, you can learn a lot what is happening elsewhere before you even do your own research. Just by Googling, top agencies and various countries able to do that. So he says that His Excellency said the government will continue implementing programs in partnership is going current. And the second slide, Yagon, the president says that Africa must continue to expand its investment in science and research for it to achieve the aspiration of becoming a prosperous and peaceful continent. He says that the Kenya government will continue rolling out progressive policies to promote science and innovation, not only as the engine of economic growth, but also as a means of addressing enduring social inequalities. A very, very powerful statement. And who is supposed to realize that? I think is each one of us gathered here as MDS, but working collectively. He says a statement which we are familiar with, which is also in the STI Act, that we have made a commitment to invest up to 2% of our annual national budget in research and innovation, which is in line with our National Development Agenda programs. If we look at the STI mainstreaming, one of the targets is for MDS to set aside 2% of your annual, not only capitation, but your annual budget, both A&A and capitation. Our team will explain how this might worry you, that with these tough times, how do we get that 2%? But there are many things that you do that already contribute to that. When you take your staff to the annual CPD, continuing professional development, to get their points, you're already contributing to STI. When you purchase equipment, if you're in a research institution or university, when you purchase equipment, you're already contributing that 2%. So there are many things, and I think the agencies that we have trained, we are realizing a good number of them have already surpassed that 2%. So when you do your strategy, what we're calling the STI strategy, we would want you to commit based on what you can do. If you've already surpassed 2%, you're at 4%. You don't have to bring it down that our target is 2%. Now say 5%. It is to your own benefit, especially the champions and the STI focal point, that the institution allocates resources, that policies that you come up with are based on evidence or are what is called evidence-based. So that is a statement of His Excellency. I'll move to the slide of President Biden, also the same. You're gonna hope you're there. And this was done in January this year when he was introducing his science advisor. And just to show how serious the US takes this matter up, I think Biden elevated his science advisor to the level of cabinet rank. And I think this is occasioned by COVID and the recognition that, as mentioned before, that STI has become really as the nexus of everything that we're doing. So I go to the second slide. He talked of 5 priorities for his administration, I think the next 4 years. This is what President Biden says. He gives 5 priority areas. You're gonna hope you are there. Yes, I'm seeing you are there. He talks of 5 priorities. The first one is about the pandemic. And he says, what can we learn about what is possible? It concerns all of us in our own little ways. It doesn't only concern medics. It concerns all of us. There are those engineering students developing the ventilator. There are those who are developing the PPE. There are those who are just making sure that the economy is running. That is a contribution to the pandemic. If you can help ease the way economy is coming up through digital technologies, you are directly contributing to mitigation against the pandemic. Then second, it talks of the economy, and that is about resilience. This is what the president talked about yesterday. How do you bring the economy back and even better? Because people rely on that. If the economy goes down, then it will be a disaster when it's combined by the pandemic. Then thirdly, it talks of science, how it can confront climate crisis. This has been their global agenda, and we're also part of it. Then fourth, it talks about leadership in technology and industry. And as you looked at that global innovation index, Kenya is only second to South Africa in the sub-Saharan Africa. And that means we're doing well in terms of innovation, the inputs and the output that come out of what we do. I'm sure if we synergize and try just to even report what is happening in some of the MDS, and it's recorded by the WIPO, which handles which prepares the GII, we will do much better. South Africa, what South Africa has done very well is that they're able to avail information about their country very fast in various platforms. So we are hoping that through this STM and streaming, we'll be able to bring the various agencies, what you're doing, your successes to the government, your challenges to the government, so that there can be appropriate monetary allocation. And the fifth, what the president says, is to ensure the long-term health and trust in science and technology. How do people trust science and technology? How do people trust the scientists, the medics, when they say that you should be vaccinated and people are still doubting? What has brought that element? How do people trust when you are told don't put on the mask and you're saying maybe I don't need it, and then tomorrow you see somebody is very sick And for those of you who have witnessed how COVID attacks, within a very short time, you'll have lost a friend or a family member. I've seen that myself. So it is an urgent thing. You can see it is there to stay. In Europe, it's already increasing. Ours is still moderate, but we do not know. President Biden says in the last statement, marked in pink, it talks of we either adopt, in a nutshell, that we either adopt science or we will perish. So he says we are on the tip of some of the most remarkable breakthroughs that will fundamentally change our way of life. We can make progress in the next 10 years that we made in the last 50 years. So the synergies are needed, yeah? That can make progress in the next 10 years that we made in the last 50 years. I'm sure some of you are not born 50 years ago, but you can make that took 50 years in 10 years, because our antennae, we are in a dangerous spot, and creativity it comes on board anytime we face a threat. Next slide, just from President Biden's science advisor was appointed. He also mentioned some very powerful statements very recently, which I thought we could share. And I'm sure the other statements, even from within our country, our top scientists, we would want to highlight that as we continue engaging throughout the year. And Dr. Eric, who was appointed in June, he says, for 75 years, America has led the world in science and technology. The leadership has found profound benefits for our health, that is the US health, for the economy and national security. I emphasize the word national security, that STI is directly related to national security. And that's why in NACOSTI, we even license, we are mandated to license research. The top reason is national security, not that we are experts in national security, but because there are agencies that are involved in national security, which are supposed to monitor how science, technology, innovation is used. Now, second bullet, Dr. Eric says, today's America, but today America's future depends on science and technology like never before. I strongly believe that applies to us, that today our future depends on science and technology like never before, even as we do this under the authority and guidance of the Creator, depending on your beliefs. Yes, all this have to be done based on the will of the Creator, but our future depends on what we'll do with science and technology. The choices we make now and will determine our path. And one of the choices that the government has made is that we need to mainstream STI. And they say there's so much to be done. Something that I just wanted to mention, Jagon, if you go to the slide of ranking of research and innovation institutions. Yeah, next slide, I think. Yes, that one. I just picked out this one. This is a recent ranking, and I would really want to encourage our MDS, just the way this PC, performance contract guidelines, requires at the end of the year for rankings to be done. And you saw what happened last year. The institutions that performed very well, like University of Embu, the institutions that were in the bottom 10, it tells you that's not meant to be punitive. It meant just to tell you that there are gaps here and there. Your ranking might be beyond, it might be due to exogenous factors beyond you. Now, this is a recent ranking of research and innovation institutions, and I found it very interesting. And done by Shimago, a well-recognized ranking agency. There are others like the Times Education, which ranks universities, but this is just ranking research and innovation. And it's of great interest to us as NACOSTI that we would want in the next 1 or 2 years to see if through this STI mainstreaming, we're also able to bring a number of institutions on board. If we look at the recent one, and you can Google this is 2021, the top institutions in Africa, research and innovation institutions, were literally from South Africa and North Africa. So you'll see like number 1 was the University of Cape Town, number 2 was Egyptian Network of High Energy Physics, number 3 was the University of Witwatersrand, number 4 was Cairo University. So they're literally sharing. Number 5 was University of Pretoria, 6 Stellenbosch University, 7 University of KwaZulu-Natal. Now it's 8 when you have our top institutions, and we'll really celebrate Kemri. They appeared there, they featured there. They are the best in the country according to this international. It means we're avoiding the conflict of interest of us doing it locally. Kemri was number 8, and I'm shouting it there to encourage all of us. Number 2 was ILRI, which was 15th in Africa. Number 3 was University of Nairobi. Interesting enough, in the university rankings, the 3 major ones is only the University of Nairobi that appears there. But in this one, you can see they are third. It means probably they need to increase their input in research facilities in particular. I know there are a lot of publications at the University of Nairobi, but input in facilities, in research facilities, and then patenting and outputs which affect the country becomes very important. Then you see this Egerton, then there's Aga Khan University, a young and upcoming university, which has gone out of his way to invest. Yes, STI requires investments. It's like a shamba. You put in money, you get out something. So it requires investment despite the challenges. Then 6 is SIPE, 7 JKUAT, Moi University, and so forth. You can Google this, but this was just out of curiosity. That at the end of this STI mainstreaming, we also have to find where do we lie. Yeah, a number of you are not research and innovation institutions, but there'll be ways to rank you in terms of human capital that you're putting, the amount of money that you're putting in STI, the outputs that come of what you're doing. Yagon, now you might move now faster, skip a number of slides up to UNCTAD, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. And again, we're still saying the coming, yes, thank you, the coming of age of STI, the anchor of, this is a recent report, technology innovation report, which I thought I would share with you. Maybe some of you have already come across it. And UNCTAD, which, as you know, our very own was the Secretary General a year or so back, Dr. Mkisa Kitui. This is a report of 2021, which says and urges all developing nations to prepare for a period of deep and rapid technological change that will profoundly affect markets and societies. So it's about technology changes, and you cannot talk about technology without innovation. And all countries will need to pursue science, technology, innovation policies appropriate to their development stage and economic, social, and environmental conditions. I just want to say the last 2 bullets are not part of this report. It's coming from us. I just want to inform us or remind us, for those who are already familiar, that the world is already going through the 5th industrial revolution. Whereas in Africa, most of us have not even, we are in the first infancy steps of the 4th industrial revolution, where you are hearing things like robotics, the Internet of Things, 3D printing, cloud printing, and Kenya is very good digitally. So we are in that 4th industrial revolution, but be informed that the 5th industrial revolution is underway. Find out what it is. But in a nutshell, it is where now the humans being merged with machine. The 4th is the machines, the technologies are out there doing their things. The robots are doing their thing. But the 5th is where now those robotics are inside your body or inside your mind. You can imagine how it will be, and it's going to move very fast. A number of jobs are going to become redundant. Yes, and if you're not careful, you might find yours or my MDA also becoming redundant, because the 5th industrial revolution is underway. You saw what happens to poster. For those of us who are older, it was what working at poster was a great privilege, paying good money, a lot of money, then just a tip, a little change of technology, and the poster, the way it was, became like just disappeared. So we are times, as UNCTAD is talking about rapid technology change that will profoundly affect markets, be informed. Let us all be informed that there's a 5th industrial revolution which is coming slowly and might make some of us jobless. So in this STI mainstreaming, let us also figure out what are the technologies that we need to bring on board and advise our leadership, our senior management to bring on board based on what we're doing. Just the other day, we were discussing on how to use drones in agriculture setup, how to use drones to plant tree seedlings. That is with the Kefri board, which I belong also, and even the Calro board. How do you use drones? And when you do that, then the work of a number of people disappears, but they need to be converted to do something else. So that is underway. STI mainstreaming is also about trying to get the latest happenings around the world, the latest development, so that we don't stick with the past when people are doing other things. It's just touching base with what is there. Now you're going again, if you might move very fast. Just surpass, go up to where they're saying where we have something on STI mainstreaming. Yes, yes. So based on the changes that are happening, I think Nacosti and partners, who are you? We have instituted measures to ensure comprehensive realization of the provisions of the Act that establishes and also to the realization of Vision 2030. And that's how this STI mainstreaming is coming. What I have there is what you have in the PC guidelines, what you need to do. And our team during the day will be able to take you through the various lines. Like I'm just seeing the first one, develop an STI strategy. We have a template which makes it very, very easy. You would want to say that there are certain irreducible minimums of your commitment inside that STI strategy. Otherwise, the rest of the content, you can doctor them to suit your MBA, but there are certain irreducible minimums which are linked to the draft STI policy, which are linked to the draft STI priorities in the country, which you'll be given and think which you'll be provided. So just ensure, as long as you have those irreducible minimums, then you can tailor your strategy based on your interest, because we don't want to dictate the terms. Now, the regulated framework, which our team will talk about, I just want to highlight again one or two things. That the STI Act was enacted for three purposes. One was to facilitate the promotion, coordination, and regulation of progress of science, technology, innovation in the country. Two was to assign priority to the development of science, technology, innovation. And the last three, which is directly connected to what is there, was to entrench science, technology, innovation into the national production system and for connected purposes. How do we entrench it is part of this STI mainstreaming, and science STI can be defined in so many ways. So how have you converted what you're doing into the national production system? That is the challenge that we have in this STI mainstreaming. Very quickly, the next slide, Yagon, we just want to say that the Act establishes three key institutions, state agencies. Number one is NACOSTI, with the purpose to regulate and assure quality in the science, technology, innovation sector, and advise the government in matters related thereto. A very powerful mandate. It has 17 functions, and that gives us a lot of ways to be able to link up with you, discuss with you, and share some of the things that we have learned over time. Please take time to find out where our role comes in. We might ask you things and you start wondering where are these people getting these powers. But the Act has 17 very, very powerful functions, which, just to mention one, includes even getting your patent, if it is of national strategic importance, getting your patent and exposing it for the use of the country. So that's how powerful NACOSTI has been given. Another very important agency that you need to know is the Kenya National Innovation Agency. The CEO just came in 6 months ago. I came in at NACOSTI about one year, 3 months. And there have been challenges in realizing these 17 functions due to staffing issues and other limitations. But within those limitations, we are trying to realize each of those 17 functions. And one of them is this STI mainstreaming. So Kenya National Innovation System the function shall be to develop and manage the Kenya National Innovation System. This is the end product. To talk to you about technology commercialization, to talk to you about your IP rights and so forth with the Kenya National Innovation Agency. Then the agency that I believe all of you know is a National Research Fund, which will fund you, and will fund you based on priorities which have been set by NACOSTI through stakeholders. And those of you who got funding this year, you'll have noticed you've been forced to form consortia, because that is what the National Research Priorities entails as of now, and the same is in our website. Yagon will skip to the function of NACOSTI. There are 17. I want just to highlight 3, if you allow me. I think I've spent almost 40 minutes. I don't want to exceed that. Number 1A, in fact, it's normally called 61A, is to develop, in consultation with stakeholders, the priorities in scientific, technological, and innovation activities in Kenya in relation to the economic and social policy of the government and the country's international commitments. This has not been done. There's a draft which is in our website now and is being circulated. Please take time, because this is like, you call them what? Constitution making. You want yourself to be part of this. And our government, our funding agencies are likely to focus their funding to these priority areas. Like when we are talking of blue ocean economy, when we are talking of STEM education, and I was telling you yesterday, not just about research. When you're talking of STEM education, when you're talking of frontier technologies, these technologies that we are talking about, when you're talking, so put there what is propose what you think is right. And we have a team of experts. We have actually a high-level panel. We'll be able to discuss, and really, if they find your proposal to fit in, it will fit in there, and funding will flow through that. It's something which has been missing, but very important. But even the absence of 1A, we had the MTP3 section on STI, which captured our priorities. So number 2B is very quickly, NACOSTI will be the lead, will lead in the agency efforts to implement sound policies and budgets, working with counties and so forth. We can link you up with the counties. I'll go to function number N. Yes, a very important function number N. NACOSTI is supposed to annually review the progress in scientific research systems and submit a report of its findings and recommendations to the Cabinet Secretary. This has not been done, but it will be done by the end of this financial year. That's why we are getting data. Please give us real data, especially the final one, which you will have a full template. Take your time, because we will have a team. We'll not just be doing like sometimes some declaration that you make and then are stored somewhere. We'll have a team to take some time to pick what is there from all the over 380 MDAs and capture this first as a report and then advisories to a Cabinet Secretary and to the general public. So capture the true information, capture the true data, because we'll have a means of verifying. We'll have a means of verifying. Take note that the economic report is out and it has a lot of information there. And so if your statement will be contradicting what is in the economic survey, then we'll have a reason to question it. So give us information that can help us give your progress that you have made in MDS, the challenges that you're facing, what you need to get to your destination, as we can only shout loud. We don't have the resources, but we can also shout louder that there's something happening in this agency. So help us get, and this quarter already institutions are submitting their data, and that's why our team is even, last 3 days, they've been working on that submitted information. You are a bit late, but not very late. So soon after this, work with the team and give us that first report. Up to the 4th quarter. Those will be used to form that annual review of progress in scientific research systems. Remember, research systems include research, science, technology, and innovation. Now, next slide, very quickly, what we are known for is registration and accreditation of research institutions. At the moment, we have almost over 24. There are others who have applied and continue applying. There's a lot of interest in research. We'll continue doing that. What is of interest to you as individual researchers? We believe literally everybody who has a degree and above is a researcher in some other ways. You'll do some survey once in a while. You'll do some feasibility study, whether for NEMA or your own organization. You'll do some HR survey. That is really part of research. Now, we are mandated to license, and in a nutshell, I want to say that literally all research is required to be licensed. And the worst experience I had was last week. Top professor from the University of Nairobi in the medical field, I won't say who, wanted to transfer samples outside the country for further testing. He went, maybe let me use the word, he or she went to the Minister of Health to get a license. He or she was told to attach NACOSTI license for research. He or she did not have it. That was just last week. And it has taken us a painful process to walk back with him in time to figure out where he missed it. And he was saying, I was not aware it needs to come to NACOSTI. All of them, even when you're dealing with your institutional ethics review committees, the last sentence when your institutional ethics review committee approves is that you must now go to NACOSTI to get a license. So please, let's not miss out on this. Certain journals nowadays, the top journals, if you publish, they'll want the number of your research licensing. Yes? So please, all researchers require, and what is the reason for that? I won't want to read the act. The act is very specific. You go to the offenses, section 15. Yes, members read that one. Since due to time, I don't want to go there, but take note of that. Any person who accesses, handles, transfers, or moves any specified technology or material necessary for something within, into, or from Kenya without a license, contravenes the provisions of this act and is liable to a fine not exceeding 5 million shillings or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 4 years. Research licensing is not about you, an institution. It's about an individual. It's about a principal investigator. So as much as we work in institutions, when you go to license, it's you. Your institution only supports you. It is you. So you'll be found culpable. If you take time to read section 12 of the act, Yagoni, you can just go back. So that's section 12, requirements for licensing to undertake research. Yes, this is where there's a lot of debate. That 12 No, go up. Go back once. Yes, that one. That section, and I'm emphasizing on that because this many times we have very many people calling and coming to our desk. Read that section 12. It says, subject to the provisions of any other law, a person shall not undertake scientific research in Kenya without obtaining allowances. Then number 2 gives a waiver. This is where you need to be very clear. It gives a waiver to research institutions and to universities. It says, subsection 1 shall not apply to a person conducting scientific research within. That word within was revised in amendments of the Act. So if you have an old Act, please know that the word is within a university or an academic research institution program. Within. But then that statement 2, and we have consulted our lawyers, and in simple English, is overridden by number 3. There's an attempt waiver. I think when the crafters of the Act were doing this, there's an attempt to waiver. Then that waiver is not completed through. You go to number 3. Yeah. Section 2 waives number 1, but number 3, any person undertaking or intending to undertake research in science and technology in the country, or who accesses, handles, or transfers material or technology or moves it within, from, or into the country shall apply to the Commission for the grant of licenses. So it's literally all researchers. And then you might ask yourself, even if that number 2 was true, why would we want to waiver? Why do you do research licensing? And you can take us to the slide. You'll skip up to the slide that talks of, that's a number of skipping, 7 time. You'll skip up to the criteria for any research, about almost 10 slides. Just skip up to criteria for any research. Yes. The rest can be read later on. I'm seeing I'm 45 minutes, just trying to go to the end so that you have more time. The rest you can read. Criteria for research is ahead. It's almost there. Bad. Yes, almost there. Yes, there. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the criteria for research as captured in the Act and as known, the number 1 reason is for national security. So ask yourself, why would you want to be waived? Because you're at a university or you're at Nakosti. You cannot check yourself if you're infringing on national security. Another agency, if the universities are the mechanism, no, an independent body, like CUE, had a mechanism to assure us that they're checking on that, we would have no problem. Yes. Then number 2 is the lives of Kenyans. So how would you waive you when I'm doing my research? I'm a civil engineer myself, and I'm doing my research. Like I would want to tell you, in my area, I teach tunnel engineering. And if you can remember, some students dug a tunnel in Thika and stole quite a good amount of money. And they did it successfully until one of their friends exposed them. Yes. So if the lecturer who was teaching that had not gotten the license, and the student ends up digging a tunnel and stealing a lot of money. Yeah. So the reasons are national security, lives of Kenyans, public safety, the culture and IP rights of our communities, nature, to ensure it doesn't affect nature, doesn't affect environment, there's research ethics, and most importantly, it's beneficial to the country. If you're going to do a research which is going to benefit some other countries to come and attack us, that cannot be allowed. And then, of course, we need that monitoring, annual M&E to be done. And I just want to highlight, again, if you go back to, I've captured one of the slides from Tanzania. Yes, written 11.0. It talks of failure to register a research, the equivalent of not that one, this one which has 11. I've just extracted, by the way, from the National Research Registration and Clearance Guidelines of Tanzania. And the Anacosti there is called COSTEC. Just go back until you find a slide with the title 11.0. Go forward now, move forward. You're gone. No, yes, there. If you look at this, is what is in the Tanzanian National Research Registration and Clearance Guidelines. It says any person who does not register a research proposal with COSTEC shall not be exonerated from action against him or her. The legal consequences of non-compliance with these guidelines will follow in accordance with the laws and regulations of the United Republic of Tanzania. So the attempt to waiver can only be done if there is another agency to assure the country that your research is safe. So for the universities, for those university institutions, that is the position. We can still debate if you have any doubts, but you might find it advantageous for you to seek licensing. Otherwise, you'll be stuck like the professor recently. So now you move with speed. And indeed, already universities have institutional scientific ethics, ethics committees. And we had a conference at DESTA, I think recently, where we agreed that we'll expand the mandate of institutional ethics review committees. Yeah, just stop there. Yeah. These are the institutional ethics review committees in various institutions. You can see in the universities, we have 23 institutional ethics review committees. You might wish to find their role. I think our team will present. Research institutions, there are 4. Hospitals like KNH, MTRH, there are 7. So we have a total of 34. We have received so many applications. It is not mandatory for MDS to have institutional ethics review committees. But what will be required is that you need to be affiliated with one. So if you have one like at the University of Nairobi and you're around Nairobi, it will be good to write to be affiliated so that your researchers can go through these institutional ethics review committees. If you feel you qualify and you have the human capital capacity to be able to handle this, either as an institution or jointly with other institutions, then you may make that application. Again, our team will give on that. So next slide, just a quick, you'll see the universities which are and institutions that are there, like Africa International University, Aga Khan, Chuka, DESTA, Egerton, GLUC, Jomo Kenyatta, JAUST, Kenya Methodist, Masinde Muliro, Moi, then you have MTRH, Kenyatta University, Pwani University, Strathmore. Please, you'll read the slide. So I'll move very quickly now to, yes, go to that criteria for any research. There's something from the news I also wanted to highlight. Yagon, move to that slide. Yes, there. The next slide to that. Move to the next slide. Why we actually need licensing? Yes, this is an extract from 2016 from the Standard newspaper, which says Kenya should step up bioterrorism surveillance. And it's an opinion by somebody, Mr. Dumbi Mwangi. And he says early last week, that is in May 2016, Kenya security agencies announced that they had successfully foiled a plan by a group of medical interns to unleash a biological terror attack using anthrax bacteria as a weapon against Kenyans. Again, you can read that. The details made public are scanty, other than the indication that the suspected terrorists have medical training. There's little to suggest whether or not they have access to the bacteria. So you can read the rest of that article. Now, if you have a waiver on licensing of research, how will you handle such? This is a direct threat. Yeah, and when we give you licenses, we are going to monitor and evaluate, at least for the first time. That has not happened, but moving forward, we are going to have a team of peers come to evaluate that you have stuck to the protocols that were approved for the licensing. Now you move to the next slide, which is January 2020 last year. And again, I've just quoted picture directly. And that first paragraph says, Kenya is at risk of chemical and biological weapons attack due to lack of laws and curriculum on biosafety. Experts have warned. The threat of bioterrorism attack was highlighted this week when Interior Cabinet Secretary Dr. Fred Matiang'i warned that universities had become major recruitment center for terrorists. Now, that's not me, please don't quote me. I think I've just quoted the press. And it talks of the high-risk chemicals that on June 24th last year, that must be in 2019, a joint delegation of the European Commission and the International Science and Technology Center visited Nairobi to discuss the growing threat posed by high-risk chemicals. This is why we do research licenses. One of the major reasons. We take your application if it is identified to have a threat to the security agencies, at least to assure us and also to later on monitor what we're doing. I think I've overemphasized the need for research licensing. Very quickly, and of course, these international obligations, which could be of use to you. I think I've taken 50 minutes or so. Yes, there are certain, we participate in a number of, or we are the focal point of a number of Kenya's international obligations, which are beneficial to the sector. The universities, research institutions are benefited, but now that we have so many MDS over 380, we are going to give this information. Please, if there's a call that you feel you can fit in, please do so. We are a unique kind of regulator. We don't just come to regulate, we come to work with you the work. We come with many opportunities that have been brought to our desk. So the Director General Acosti is the national focal point for Biological Weapons Convention, and we're in the Geneva for a meeting of experts last month, and we're going back next month for the meeting of state parties. This is of great interest in the times of COVID. And we want to bring all the institutions, the departments, the faculties that have an interest in this area, to bring them together as part of confidence building measures as required by the Biological Weapons Convention. We are also the focal point of the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. And as I'm speaking, we made a call to research institutions and universities, those who wanted to host the regional research center of the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. 7 universities made powerful application. 3 were shortlisted by the international team. In February, a team of international experts are visiting these 3 institutions. To select one of them. This is the role of NACOSTI again. I'm sure the other MBAs who are not in the mainstream research and innovation, but you might find they're doing a lot. And based on that, we're also encouraging various institutions that have not registered as research institutions to do so, because that is what will help us forward to use such an expression of interest. We know, like, the upcoming Kenya Wildlife Research Institute has applied for registration. There are others that feel they're in between. But it will be to advantage if you register. The costs are minimal, the process is straightforward. We are also the focal point of AFRA, which is related to the International Atomic Agency, and it's more about the peaceful use of nuclear, not peaceful use of nuclear weapons, peaceful use of nuclear science. We are also the focal point of Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. This is a UN-based. Yeah. We are also in the governing board of STECO, and I think there's a conference next year. Right now, the DG NACOSTI, that's myself, is the chairperson of the East African Science and Technology Commission, which was actually established with a mandate to use STI for regional integration. So you can see STI is also being used now for regional integration. And very recently, I think last week, the NACOSTI DG was fortunate enough to be the only person from Africa elected to this very important council, the International Science Council. That was last week, and I've just captured the photo there. You can see the only black face there is one. We hope we can expand the membership. The International Science Council advises quite often the UN General Assembly. And so we hope that for the first time, with our presence there, we're able to bring the voice of Africa, we're able to bring the voice of East Africa, we're able to bring the voice of Kenya. And therefore, I'll be looking forward to the agenda. I think there's a meeting in the next 1 or 2 weeks. They would want to know what's the African agenda, what's the Kenyan agenda, what are the areas that might require a lot of focus, so that we can take our agenda up to the UN, where Kenya now is a member of the UN Security Council. So please take note of that. You can also Google that and see the mandate of the International Science Council. This was quite fortunate. This is not a nomination, direct nomination like the others. This was an election. And I'm not good at politics, but we had to do scientific campaigning to be able to achieve that. We are looking forward actually to having their Africa region office in Kenya, if possible, and that will be with your support. One of the things which I think brought us this is to show that Kenya has taken science, technology, innovation very seriously, and MDAs are mainstreaming. So move very quickly. I go now to some of the other programs I think can be read. I'll just mention very quickly. There's a research. We had universities competed for research chairs programs in 2013. And JKUAT and Moi were awarded. So we are trying also to seek support from philanthropists to develop top researchers to celebrate some of the people who have made significant contribution in this country. Like Professor Wangari Maathai would want to have a researcher for Professor Wangari Maathai, just to celebrate her, but also to continue with what she has done. And this will make a competition. It will be, you will send it to all the MDS involved in the STI mainstreaming, and they compete for it. We also are implementing national research priorities. Download that from our website, and it means moving forward. It actually focuses on the Big Four agenda, +1 on academic research. Please have that document, because future funding, even from NRF, is likely to be focused on if your research is within the national research priorities. This is coordinated by NACOSTI. As I told you, we are a mild regulator. We are more of the benefits that we have to the sector that you were. So, Yagon, you might move also to other NACOSTI programs. We are jointly working with WIPO, and some of you might have met the WIPO team, which was on the ground, just to take stock of the current state of institutional framework for management of intellectual property. We're also working with the ACTS and World Bank in preparing an STI roadmap for SDGs. So those of you in climate change matters might want to work with us. We will have a very powerful Kenya annual STI status report based on the quarterly reports and the final report that you give us. As I said, give us the correct data. Take some time. Do not treat it casually, because it will be used to determine some stakes ahead. We are trying to move forcefully and will request to work with some of you who are in the CBC. We are trying to advise on STEM content within the CBC and how we can work. The other time, UNESCO, senior, the regional director of UNESCO visited Peter Curtis Scholar and NACOSTI and was really willing to work with how we can excite the youth, right, for kindergarten on matter STEM. This technology like drone, they need to be just, we are not reinventing the drone, but we need to let the youngsters know that these kind of things are there. This AI, artificial intelligence, this fifth industrial revolution, it needs to start from the roots, and some of you can help us on that. And as resolved recently, NACOSTI in collaboration with the entire STI sector, including the private sector, will be hosting an annual multi-sector STI conference. We are also encouraging gender in STI. You're going to move to the next slide, and we are politely and humbly just saying that NACOSTI somehow was rated the best state champion of gender fairness. That was in the news. We want to encourage MDS to endeavor. You know, there are those stereotypes that this particular gender maybe are not comfortable with mathematics or science, but I want to doubt, because current statistics shows almost a 50-50 ratio between the male and the female in terms of interest in science. So let's encourage this as in MDS. This is also actually part of STI mainstreaming. And if we look at our tables, they segregate the data. If we talk of human capital by gender, by age, and by so forth. So I'm happy that we actually demonstrated to be by the same the PC secretariat that we're able to achieve that, and I think it can be achieved. In conclusion, finally, STI are key drivers of economic and social development. 2, the pandemic has reaffirmed the vital role of STI. 3, NACOSTI seeks to partner with the entire STI sector to promote, regulate, advise, and coordinate STI for inclusive and sustainable national development. And 4, STI focal points and champions gathered here today have a major role in the mainstreaming of STI in programs of MDS. So let's build a strong sector, as our last slide. Let's build a strong STI sector that fosters Kenya's inclusive, sustainable development. Thank you very much. And I've taken much of your time, but I thought this is a one-off. It's not so often that I have such an opportunity to shout there. As part of Off the Cuff, we're also inviting you to visit NACOSTI anytime you have a chance. You have a 6-story building, but we also are opening up soon an hotel and conference facility for those of you who come from far. When you visit Nairobi, you could be able to spend this facility. There's a gym, a very modern gym. We're trying to bring a swimming pool. There is a sauna there also. That's on a light note. Thank you very much. To join another meeting, if there are quick burning questions, I'll be able to attempt. Otherwise, the majority of the questions will be taken by the team during the day. Thank you very much. Back to you, Boniface. Boniface, back to you.
Thank you very much, Director General, for that very elaborate presentation you've made. We want to give an opportunity to the participants who may have a question to ask in the next 10 minutes or so. I know we have been able to respond to all the questions that are on the chat, and we are monitoring. If there are going to be any others, we'll do so. But if there is any that is burning, we invite you to do so. You can raise your hand, then we'll give you an opportunity to fill your question.
Yes, I note the numbers have gone to 105, 104 now. quite a good number. And
I
also
can
thank,
see
yes,
Frederick
please.
Ogola has raised his hand. Can we give Frederick Ogola rights to be able to ask a question? Ogola Frederick.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Very well, Frederick.
Yes, we can hear you, Frederick.
Thank you, Professor Oyawa, the DJ. I think you have really taken us through, and the presentation is quite enriching, and it has widened our spectrum of understanding on the acts of the NACOSTI and the need for research, licensing and registration. I think the justifications are satisfactory. However, I still feel that within the university community, researchers have a feeling that they're over-regulated, in as much as some of those acts are counseling what has been proposed about exempting researchers within the university premises. Because there's I think part 2 of that section, which states that researchers within the university, they do not need to acquire the research license to undertake their activities. But part 3 nullifies that, and I think there's a good reason for that. Then how would you go about to change the attitude, the perception that researchers in the university, at least they need space to breathe, so that that feeling of being overregulated, our understanding of university is an academic institution with all the freedom and powers given to the individuals within the institution to do all
yeah,
that.
Frederick, yeah, Frederick, that's very clear. I think I'm also from that sector, by the way. I'm only on a short stint at NACOSTI. I wouldn't want to lock myself out when I go back, so that we put rules here which will disadvantage me. Yeah, but I agree with you. Universities are really overregulated. And that's why we, as NACOSTI, feeling that pain, would want to delegate a number of our functions to your institutional ethics review committees. A number of these regulations are actually global best practice. So I think you have to conform to the norms. However, we are free to suggestions, not only us, but the entire government mechanism is free to suggestions on how do we consolidate a number of those regulations. Like the question would be, how would we empower in the Universities Act so that CUE also has a component of checking on research when they are regulating the universities? Because if you look at the Universities Act, and I've checked very clearly, their work is to regulate university education. And you look at the last function of CUE is promoting research. It's not regulating research. So one of the things and that's why you are here, is to have a chat the way you are having with university colleagues where I belong. Why do we need that licensing? Apart from doing my work, because I'm supposed to do that as required by the law, we also have to come and talk with you. And that's why now you can see one of the requirements which we had a debate recently is that in the legal notice, one of the legal notices, we have 3 legal notices, we are supposed to accredit, to go even further, not only to license research, but to accredit individual researchers. Now, that idea I saw was very, very welcome with private universities. It was welcome with private institutions. It was very unwelcome with the VCs of public universities. And again, it's simply because of not understanding. Now, as we speak now, we had a conference where one of the resolutions, that is a DESTA, was that we will delegate that to your institutional ethics review committees. They're the ones who will register you. Register you means you'll make a declaration that when you do research is a profession, by the way. Before it never is a profession. And there's no profession where you regulate the practice and you do not regulate the professional. If it's medicine, part of regulating the entire medicine, whatever, is you regulate the doctor himself or herself. And then you regulate the practice. If it's engineering, you regulate the engineer. You admit the engineer. Then you regulate the profession. Research is a profession, as you're seeing now with what is happening. And it's captured in the STI. But we, and this is where you need to help us based on what you've heard today. We, as much as they're captured in the act approved by Parliament, we want to work with you. How do we make it sweeter rather than we engage in politics? How can we delegate it to you? Like now we are saying registration of researchers is being delegated to institutional ethics review committees. And literally all the universities, public I see, are now desperately applying for that. So you'll have it there, then they'll just inform us. Then number two, licensing of research actually has been delegated to institutional ethics review committees for those who have them. Yeah, ours is just now to record. So it will be your peers. So we're trying to make it very easy, but I agree with you, they're overregulated, but hear us out. Let's find a way. When those laws are made, they are made for us. Where they pinch, we go back to Parliament. As you have seen very well, Section 12(3) negates that waiver that universities were granted. But again, the reason why you answer is security. Would you want your security to be compromised? Would you want your student to be planting COVID on your desk because you gave him or her low marks? He'll just come and put something on your desk and you'll pass on. So you need an external party to do that. But I hear you. Yeah, two more or three more urgent ones. But thank you very much, Frederick. Be our ambassador. Be our ambassador that we are really willing to work on this. Thank you. One first, back to you. Yes, and you are muted. Yes, back.
So, I'm not seeing any other hand, but the ones online, I think we've answered them.
Good, good. Yeah, if you have answered them, that is good. I think you still have a chance to discuss up to the end of the session. Allow me just to thank the participants. I've seen the numbers have remained constant throughout. It means you find some value in what we are saying. I would want to say this just the beginning. There's a lot that is happening in the STI sector.
The final one from Evans.
Yes.
Let's respond to that. That should be the last. Yeah.
Okay.
Evans, please.
This is Evans from Kisii University. And I would like to ask a question in respect to issues of licensing, which has not been implemented fully in some universities, because there are some clauses which are not very clear, like if the research is not touching human subjects and it is done within the university, there is no transfer of materials from one within or from outside. Maybe a license is not required in that, and people are riding on that not to go for licenses. Can it be made clear that all research that is done within or even within the university should be licensed to all that? How clear is that? Maybe you can shed light on that, please.
Yes, again, thank you very much, Evans from Kisii University. I know, of course, has not implemented a number of things, I think, due to understaffing. We want to apologize on our behalf, and the transitional issues. Now we are picking up the act. Now, based on what you have read, just even yourself, you have seen that that waiver has been overtaken by the subsequent write-up. It waives you on one, then it comes to three. So what we want to highlight is very politely send the message that any person, it's not even university. You can say universities have been given a waiver, and that is in order. But you, the principal investigator, you as a researcher, there's no waiver on you. And when the law follows you, and you never know, some of the technologies that you produce might be used by other busybodies to damage the country, you will take personal responsibility. It talks of any person. It seems to waive universities, but licensing is about the individual. That's number one. So help us spread that gospel, and we're making it easier by taking it back to you, your institutional ethics, because we trust them. So that should be very easy to, and if you look at our journals, which we have been sending, and to your CEOs, we'll be sending this to you. We have what we're calling the STAR bulletin, Science, Technology, Innovation, and Research bulletin. Another one is coming. On the last page, there is the same public notice Maybe Boniface, we need to do it in the press now. It's in our website. Just a notice to the public that all researchers need to be licensed. And you can bear with us. You look at even our counterpart in Tanzania. They have adopted that. In fact, the situation is even more serious for those who are undertaking research involving wildlife. They have come up with the Tanzania Wildlife Regulations 2021, 2020 or 2021, which makes it very, very serious on that. And one of the reasons why actually research licensing is mandatory, I don't know, sometimes the acts, their interest, having acts in parliament, a lot of interest. So one interest had that idea of waiver, but probably they didn't see the broader picture that a research can be lethal to national security. And anything national security you cannot play around with. Anything that is likely to affect the lives of your life and mine, you cannot play around with it. Yeah, that waiver might not be what the risks that are involved. So we are adopting global best practice. Research licenses about the individual. We want to shout it loud. We will not go and surcharge Kisii University that you did. No. We will come for that researcher inside Kisii University, and we'll read you that clause. So yes, mainstream that. We are shouting loud. Boniface, does Kisii University have the institutional ethics review committees? I think they have.
Not yet.
They don't.
No.
They don't. Yeah, maybe
institutions
that have the institutional ethics review committees are very fast on this, because first of all, they're making money. Aga Khan is charging a lot of money just when you take your research there for those ethics, whatever. So it's not just, before the focus was on humans and animals. Yes, and that's when human beings were a bit normal. Now, you've seen even the level of mental issues have gone up. So we would want to, it's for our benefit, preach that gospel for us. Thank you. I hope there's no other one.
Yeah, there's no other hand. Whatever is on the chat looks like we are going to answer that if there are any. Yes. But we want to appreciate you, Professor, for that presentation and the interaction that we are having. Our team is on hand to respond to any questions that are coming through. Most of them we have already been able to respond, but if there are others, we'll be able to do that. Otherwise, final word.
Yeah, my last sentence, I think I'll be on and off in the session as I join other sessions, just to see what is happening. This is a unique thing. We're also learning. It's the first time that we are fully enforcing this. But I just want to reiterate that there's a lot happening in the STI sector, which we'll be updating you on. And then there's a lot of exogenous happenings relating to COVID-19 pandemic, which has changed the way we do our things, the way we think. There'll be a lot of research. You'd want advisories that you give even to your VCs is based on sound research. We want to celebrate top researchers. We're able to attract a lot of funding. We want to celebrate our retired researchers. We want it to be known. We want to bring the older researchers to mentor the young researchers. We want to focus on technology that's at the end. Global Innovation Index is directly linked to patents. We are seeing even when we go to Calro, the desire to patent is not there. It's one area which there's a missing link. So NACOSTI has been actually, even based on discussions we had with KIPI, Kenya Industrial Property Institute, we are going to discuss with MDS, especially those that do research. There has to be a mechanism that before you publish your work, there is an institutional committee that vets to make sure that you don't publish what doesn't need to be published at that moment. And that is for the purposes of securing national interest. It's happening, I think, now in Tanzania, like the research on wildlife, you publish only after getting permission. That's another regulation, which for me I would avoid. But we are encouraging researchers before you rush to publish for promotion, the way I've done in the past. At least have it pass through an office which can help you say that this one, wait for a moment, publish this, but don't publish this one because this one is patentable. And as NACOSTI, we are coming in to come up with documents for signing. When you give your patent to a company, there has to be very clear, strict documents of how you're going to get royalties. Yeah, we wouldn't encourage a researcher to be the one to market his product. It's normally very difficult. You've seen somebody has come up with the CR7 to manage COVID-19. You've seen one of our diaspora professors. He's marketing himself. You can see it's very challenging. So if a company could pick it and just assure him of royalties that when we sell one at 7,000, I think they're going at 7,000, you'll be getting 1,000. That person will be a billionaire. And that's what happens elsewhere anyway. So we would want to come in, and you need to advise us also, because there's a lot of learning to be done both ways as we undertake this STI mainstreaming. So I'll be on and off. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, it's now 10:28. We'll be breaking shortly for 10 minutes to allow people to freshen up. So let's suspend the discussion for 10 minutes. Please stay logged in, and we'll be online from 10:40. So 10:40, we'll begin our next session on the overview of the mainstreaming indicators. So please be there at 10:40 to participate. The rest of the questions in the chat, we'll be able to respond to them. Thank you very much.
Good morning once again. My name's Ajavan Mwiti from Multimedia University. In this session, in this sensitization, I'm a panelist and a resource person. And I'll take you through the rationale and the overview of science, technology, mainstreaming. I'll take you through the rationale and the overview of science, technology, and innovation as an indicator, as a performance contracting indicator for the year 2021-2022. As I've said, this science, technology, and innovation, STI as an indicator, has been, it is one of the performance indicator for the year 2021-2022, and all MDAs in our respective performance contracting, in our own institutional performance contracting document, our PCs, we have already taken it as one of the key performance indicator. I'll take you briefly back how this happened. And this indicator was introduced in the year 2021-2022. Most of you remember previously we used to have R&D as part of sector performance indicators, but this time around it was introduced as a key performance indicator within our various core dates. And this happens normally every year. There is a review of performance contracting guidelines, and through the Ministry of Public Service, through the Department of Performance Contracting, this indicator was integrated as one of the PC indicator for this year. Now, we just want to look at this indicator in relation to what NACOST. The indicator is purely under NACOST as a specialized agency. And briefly, I want us to look at what is the role of a specialized agency. This indicator, as I've said again, as a key performance indicator on science, technology, and innovation, is purely under NACOST. NACOST are the specialized agency. And maybe a good example of other specialized agency indicators is like, for example, drug and substance and abuse under NACANDA, National AIDS Control Council for HIV AIDS, road safety for NACOST and all that, for NTSA and the rest. So basically is an indicator under specialized agency, but the only indicator, the only performance indicator that is basically under the core mandate. The rest of other indicators and specialized agencies, basically, they are under cross-cutting indicators. So this indicator specifically is on our core mandate as institutions within our performance contract. Basically, what is the role of a specialized agency? Number one, and before even we look at that, as I've said again, this indicator was introduced in the year 2021-2022. It was not there previously. When it used to be there before, to most of the institutions, it was indicated as an indicator of research development. So basically, that is the point. And the indicator is within our cycle. So what is the role of the specialized agency, like NACOST, or any other specialized agency that are dealing with these indicators? Number one is to develop relevant performance indicators and sub-indicator. And as you'll be seeing within our sensitization, that's exactly what has been done. They're supposed to receive, analyze, and provide feedback on the relevant performance indicator within 15 days from the date of submission. For example, our first quarter is off. We have already concluded the first quarter from 1st of July to 30th of September this year. The quarter ended on 15th of this month. So ideally, they are supposed, NACOST is expected to analyze your feedback. And of course, also you are supposed to ensure by 15th of this month, you have submitted your quarterly report. And after that, it is analyzed and you're given feedback. You're supposed to, NACOST is supposed to provide technical support to MDAs in implementation of the relevant performance indicator, including capacity building. As of course we are doing today, that's exactly what NACOST is doing today, building your capacity so that you can effectively be able to implement this indicator as it is in your performance contract. Assess the annual performance for MDAs for the relevant performance indicator and communicate the results. At the end of it all, that is by 30th of June next year, NACOST is expected by the commitment of performance contracting guidelines to ensure that they are able to do the evaluation and communicate to you. Then of course, submit a complete list of scores for MDAs. That of course is an expectation towards the end of the quarter, I mean the end of the annual process, that is by the 30th of June next year, we shall have at least scoring of the list and the performance, showing the performance of the MDAs within the period of the performance contract. And of course, that communication is sent to performance contracting unit. So basically why STA, I will not belabor so much on this. I think the Director General NACOST has really taken time to clearly explain why the STI has given various cases, various studies, various information from America, from many other countries that shows the importance of STI. So we cannot, it is very clear. But basically investment in science, technology, and innovation is very critical for the country as we secure the national security, inclusive socioeconomic development, and all that. So basically, as I said again, this was a key consideration to ensure that this indicator is brought within the framework of the 2021-2022 performance contract guidelines. So it was led by that. As I said again, this is the only indicator. This is only a PC indicator from a specialized agency that is covered under the comma date. And that, of course, tells you the importance. And as I said again, we are coming from a point where we used to have research and development under the sector performance standards. But this time around, of course, we have the science, technology, and innovation that is agreed or part and parcel of our core mandate. And of course, being part of the core mandate, then of course that shows you the seriousness that we need to give it. Then, of course, as I said again, it is part of the socioeconomic development of the country, and this has been clearly captured by the Director General. That is the same information that has been captured substantively by the previous speakers. I'll not dwell so much on them, but I just want to remind MDAs at a particular point, we were requested through the Ministry of Public Service to ensure that we align our various documentation, our various documentation within our institution. We align them with the various government priority areas. That's from the Big Four agenda, Vision 2030, and many other development considerations from the government. And in the process, ideally, if you look at the MTP3, when we are reviewing our strategic plan and aligning them with MTP3, ideally the key issues that were in consideration on science were basically on science, technology, and innovation. So basically, there have been a lot of effort to ensure that MDAs and our public sector ideally is able to mainstream science, technology, and innovation within our core business and day-to-day activities that happen. As I said again, this is the only indicator and a specialized agency that is under core mandate. All the rest, apart from public complaints, which is under service delivery, all the rest are on cross-cutting indicators. So you can see the seriousness that has been given onto that. So one of the requirements, and I've seen a number of questions that participants are raising about the focal person and champions. But if you look at the guidelines, this is a requirement that basically you're supposed to have a focal person and a champion. And basically this has been NACOST on its end has communicated to all MDAs on this requirement to appoint a focal person and champions. The roles of what they should do has already been communicated to the respective MDAs, and we are happy. Most of the various MDAs have been able to appoint their focal person, champion on champions, to ensure compliance with this requirement. So why is it so critical to have it? For the focal person specifically, the purpose for the focal person and the role is to ensure overall coordination of performance indicator on science, technology, STI mainstreaming in the respective institution. So basically is to ensure you coordinate all matters related to science, technology, and innovation. Most of our institutions have either departments or directorates that previously has been managing matters, research, and all that. So this is a question of integrating and ensuring that this person is able to coordinate. Provide necessary support to the various levels in the respective institution towards the effective implementation of STI indicator. Again, the role of the focal person is to ensure that the necessary support is accorded within the organization. Plan and ensure sensitization and capacity building. You realize for the rest of the institution to understand what is demanded or what is expected under this indicator, then of course you need to do the capacity building. We are doing it for you today, and the expectation is that with this material, this line shared to you, and of course going through this sensitization, you'll be able to build capacity downwards within the institution, coordinate the development and implementation of STI. Basically, the expectation is that it will be taken through in the next presentation, how to develop the STI strategy. The template is there, and the same has been also shared in the website. So basically you can get it, but that will be discussed further in the next in the next presentation. Establish and implement monitoring and evaluation. Of course, it is very critical to ensure that monitoring and evaluation, you plan well for it. And the advice here is that as the focal person for science, technology, and innovation, you realize this is only one indicator among many other indicators that the institution is doing. So if you can find ways and means of working with performance contracting department or unit or directorate, it can also help you in terms of monitoring, so that you have a very comprehensive monitoring. Promote collaborations and partnership. Of course, you can't work alone. Ensure that within the various levels of the institution, you are able to bring that on board. Promote STI business, and ensure both quarterly and annual PC reports are submitted. Based with the structure that you have within the organization, you don't need to reinvent anything in terms of reporting. You can decide either to use the existing structure in terms of reporting, either through performance contracting office, through the CEO's office, to ensure that quarterly reports are submitted as it is expected. And that is very critical because evaluation is purely based on that. So the individual, ideally, one of the key points you have to put in mind is that the individual should be around the top management, or middle level management, to be able to oversee or implement issues of research, technology, and innovation. The person who is appointed as a focal person should not necessarily be the end of research in the institution, but also should be someone, if the institution decides to appoint someone in charge of research to do that, that's okay. But ideally, it should be someone at a level whereby decision making is part or somehow contribute to the decision making within the organization. And maybe another advice here also, as you look at the focal person, the focal person doesn't have to be the person in charge of the PC, because we realize people or persons in charge of PC, of course, they're doing so much in relation to many other indicators that they're reporting in. And of course, we find the same offices also and other matters beyond performance contracting. So ideally, if you can dedicate someone specifically as a focal person for this, then it will help the organization. This information is shared in the website. As I said again, it is already shared with the institution. What is the role of the focal person? So please, you can also visit the website. You can also look at the letter that was sent to your organization, and you'll get more information on the same. On the champion, you can either have, depending on the organization, you can either have one or many. It all depends with your mandates and the unique mandates that you're implementing as an organization. But of course, is to ensure day-to-day implementation of STI mainstreaming within their areas. So these persons, the champions, ideally, the role of the champions, these are the foot soldiers, these are the people at the lower end within the department, within the downstream of the organization, who are up to date on daily basis. Facilitating cascading the STI indicator, it is very, very critical at their areas. Preparing and forwarding quarterly report to the focal person. So the various reports that emerge from various sections of the organization, it is the role of this gentleman or the lady or whoever to ensure that those reports are prepared. And of course, this report, as it will be covered later, you realize it has as another report that we normally report on, they have prescribed the way of doing it. So basically, you use that. You provide timely information required in evaluation, of course, when it will come to evaluation, but you don't need to wait for evaluation for you to prepare the necessary documentation to support the achievement of various activities. You can also do it on a quarterly basis. And as a continuous monitoring and evaluation of committee and STI activities, once you know what are the activities and the activities for STI, you don't need to struggle with them because they have already been communicated in your various performance contracts. The activities are there, and the same activities are in the website of NACOST. They are also in the guidelines of 2021-2022 that are issued to guide the yearly implementation of the PC. Ensure continued STI capacity building and sensitization. You also need And that's why, of course, you've been invited also for this training. So basically, with the capacity building of this training specifically, we expect you also with the slides and this information to continuously cascade the same to your various levels within or the areas that you're in charge. Promote STI committed activities in the business processes, provide necessary support to the various process owners. So ideally, in a nutshell, the role of a champion is ideally at the lower level to ensure that these activities that have been marked for implementation within this specific financial year, they are done at that lower level so that we have various reports that support the attainment. What is the key consideration? Of course, you should be conversant with matters research, science and technology, either through trainings like this one or probably with previous experience. But the critical thing, you must be very passionate and with commitment. I mean, that individual ability to successfully champion, transform, and lobby others. As I said again, matters of appointing focal persons on champions have always been with us. And we, as an organization, I'm sure you have a very clear criteria of who you want to appoint as a champion. Someone simply who has the ability, what it takes to ensure that the intended information is received, is cascaded, and of course, you are able to ensure a successful implementation of what is expected. And for this case, someone who is able to ensure that the committed activities that the institution has committed at a lower level, because the focal person is up there, he coordinates the entire process, then what needs to be done is done. So these persons cut across in all departments, in all divisions, in all sections. It's a matter of identifying the right persons. And I'm happy most of you have been identified, and I'm sure you meet this criteria. What is the scope? I think this has been communicated, and even the guidelines are very clear. To touch on research institutions, universities, and university colleges, as we are doing it today to most of them. Technical and vocational education and trade TVET, basically, and tertiary institutions, they are covered. All public institutions with a component of research, science and technology, and innovation in their mandates and functions. And of course, they include MDAs involved in national research priority framework, MDAs with distinct research and technology and all that. So basically, by the mere fact that you've been invited here, is a clear indication that you meet that criteria. You are within the scope of what we are talking about. What are you required to do? These activities as we talk, in the last 1 week, I know the review of 2021-2022 PC ended, and most of our, or probably, maybe, I don't know, but I know most of our PCs have already been reviewed for implementation. Most of you, I know you are cascading it downwards. So these, what you're supposed to do and STI is already within your PC, within your commodate, and of course the same is already in the website. So if you visit that, you get it. But in a nutshell, is to develop STI strategy using the template. The template is already there. It is very, very clear what you need to do. So there's this template to develop the STI strategy is already in the website. It's just a matter of looking at it. And maybe also to remind MDAs, we have been doing many, many plans in our institutions, from strategic plans. There are so many plans that we do. Basically, the template guides you so that as you develop the same also, you use your existing various documents of decision-making from strategic plan and all that to do it as per the template. Of course, the next thing is to implement STI strategy by undertaking the following interventions. Number one, document research programs and projects and funding. Ensure annual budgetary allocation of research and development is at least 2% of the operational budget. I saw a question from one, I think it's from one of the universities, one of the institutions, and the issue was that already the budget were approved, and then again, the process of making the next budget has already started. Please note that the first indicator in your PC is on matters financial stewardship, and under it is the budget. So if your budget is approved, the budget is simply approved to do those activities in the PC. And R&D or science, technology, and innovation is already an indicator under your core mandate. So basically the funds are there. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. The number two, if you find, for example, within your budget that there is no clear line that touches on R&D, then look at the activities that have been budgeted for, but of course they are within the scope of research and development. This touches, for example, you want to buy equipment for your labs to support research. you are writing proposals, or you have already planned to attract funds through proposal writing. That's another area. You have already funding, probably you have some funding or grants from donors, specifically for the area of research. There is money that you have allocated for various projects that are running, student projects and various projects by students. You have probably money that has been allocated for innovation, to support innovation, incubation of various innovations within your institution. So just widen your scope. You don't have necessarily to have a clear line that says money allocated in the budget for R&D, but look at those activities. And again, how to report and how to calculate the 2% is basically will be covered when we'll be doing the reporting. Basically, when we'll be taken through the reporting template, it will be very, very clear what you're supposed to capture under it. But the spirit here is to ensure that at least you have 2% of operational budget that support research and development. Of course, you may not be at 2%, but at the end of the day, the spirit is to ensure you have money allocated to support research and development for your institution. Of course, for the reasons that were covered by the Director General of NACOST. Undertake research and technology innovation and technology transfer and commercialization. Already, most of us are doing this. We have a lot of innovation. We have a lot of commercialization that is taking place. So basically is to ensure that we document that within, and when we'll be reporting this will be covered. Of course, we want you to remain, the report to remain within the specified period of reporting. If it is first quarter, it's first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and of course for the year 2021, 2022. So basically that is the point. Dissemination of research findings and recommendations and technology. This is not new to us. We are doing a lot of workshops. We are doing a lot of conferences, seminars. So basically it depends on the mode that you choose in terms of dissemination. And this again is an activity that is already, that your institution has already committed on how to report on the same. That will be added as we look at the reporting templates. Implementation and monitoring. The MDAs, of course, are expected at the end of the day, after the end of the quarter, to prepare a quarterly report. As I said, this indicator is like another indicator that is under specialized agency. The rules are the same. Every quarter, you report the 15th day, or after the end of the quarter, the 15th date, you report to NACOST. And then, of course, NACOST within that period of time analyzes and gives you a feedback. For that to happen, of course, that's where we are doing the capacity building for you so that you're able to know how it's supposed to be done. And much of the information, as I said again, you need to work closely with offices of performance contracting because they do this on every quarter basis. They will also help you develop a clear monitoring way on how you can internally monitor before you report. Before you do the final quarter report, what kind of system have you put in place to ensure that the activities that are declared by various sections and departments are captured, and of course you're able to get the necessary evidence because the same will be demanded as you submit your report. How do you report? There is already a clear email, pc@nacost.go.ke. It's already automated. You forward all your reports there, and of course you get a feedback as it is related in 2021-2022 performance contracting guidelines. So basically, monitoring evaluation, I've just dealt on how you submit to NACOST, but internally you're expected to have a clear system, a clear structure on how you are able also to ensure that you are monitoring what is happening for credibility, of course, of information, because at the end of the day, your output that comes out of the institution becomes a serious input for NACOST and other players in the market. So basically reporting, as I said again, the template is shared in the website. You'll be able to find that. Capacity building is ongoing. I think this one of the very few specialized agency indicators that actually have done so many trainings to ensure that MDAs have the necessary capacity and the ability to implement it. And we are really grateful for NACOST for offering this opportunity, because as we go to the second quarter now, I'm sure it will be better in terms of reporting and doing things more better because of the capacity. So as I said, all the documentation you need to report, please go to NACOST website. All those documentation from the indicator itself, from the template, from how you can do the STI strategy, the template that is involved, all that information is there so that you are able to report accordingly. So ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of my presentation. As I said again, please note the following. Number one, this information is in the website. Number two, you can also contact NACOST directly, and you can also be given more information. And since we are now in second quarter, our expectation is that we do better in second quarter as we did in first quarter. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Now it's time for questions and answers or any clarification. Thank you. Sorry, where is he here? I can't see from here. I need to see from here. Yeah, sorry. I'm saying I need to see the question. How do we? Are you open here? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I see a number of you have raised their hands. We have Alex Abori. I think we can start with Alex. Alex, kindly shoot your question. Let us hear the issue. Alex, I think ametoka. Then we have Ada Odima. Mr. Odima, please, you can talk, unmute and talk.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. Just a clarification so that my reporting is well informed on the aspect of this technology transfer and commercialization. So how do we report on this commercialization, given that I come from Competition Authority, which is a sector regulator? So we only do research for internal consumption, but we don't commercialize our research outputs. So I think we are having we had a challenge in reporting on that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just respond briefly, and probably invite. But the point is, if you look at the template, before even I go directly to your question, one of the requirements, of course, is to report on technology transfer and commercialization. This, of course, the expectation are product that we are developing within our institution. So the research that you are doing, what is the main output of your research? Probably it will be good to hear that. What is the main output of your research? Because most of our outputs somehow will have to end up in, depending with what it is, to end up in commercialization. But basically, I think the key issue is what are the main output of your research that you are doing? Because you have correctly seen that you do a number of research. What's the orientation?
Our orientation is we do market studies or sector studies. Then we see how we can regulate those sectors or intervene. So it's just a report that we look at what the report recommends, then we intervene in that sector. So, but we don't commercialize that research output or the reports. We don't sell them. Yes.
Thank you, and this will be covered very well when we'll be handling reporting. Basically, we look at the point at which you are choosing technology transfer, commercialization. There are other things that within it you can choose. So I wish to request you pen the question until we look at the reporting. Then I believe you'll be able, if it will not be sufficiently answered, then we can still manage it from there. Because that is the next sensitization anyway that is coming. The next presentation. Thank you. So also we can look at Evans or Kwema. Mr. Evans, please, you can unmute and talk.
Thank you for the good presentation. I'm also asking a question in line with the issue of reporting, because considering the work that the universities, staff is doing in the university, a lot of work. This is actually very good for the country. Yes, that is a complementary that NACOST will be able to. Are you getting me? Are you getting?
Yes, we are getting you. We are getting you very clearly.
Yeah, actually, let me just go directly to the question that on communication. Some universities, even some other institutions, that are not universities, have already nominated the focal persons and even champions. What we will request from NACOST is that they should do regular communication when they need a report. Of course, we know that we should be able to submit a report on quarterly basis, but at the same time, there is need for them to communicate to us directly at least a month ago to help us go around and have the report written and then be able to be submitted. So I'm just requesting for robust communication between us and NACOST. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Evans. That's a good feedback. It is noted. Thank you. Next is I think is Mr. Fred Ogola. And then, yes, Mr. Ogola, please unmute as we conclude the session.
Thank you for the opportunity. The presentation was clear. And as you are making your presentation, I was trying to look at the template for preparing the STI strategy for MDS. So what is maybe lacking? You could have given us a specimen STI for an arbitrary institution so that we are able to look at the three areas. That's the specific activity, the output, and the verifiable indicators based on the ones that were given in the guideline, the 10 areas of concern given in the NACOST guideline for preparing the STI strategy. So could you just provide an arbitrary STI strategy, an arbitrary for any institution so that the participants are able to conceptualize it clearly? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick Ogola. We have heard you, but maybe a bit of information. The area of development of the strategy will be covered actually immediately after this. And I think it will be probably after you listen to it, still you can raise issues. But again, as if you go to the website of NACOST, they have also reviewed the template. Maybe you can look at what has been reviewed and probably see how sufficient it is. And then number two, they have also connected you to a lot of resource information that you actually is more than a specimen in itself. So basically, I think one, as we continue, probably you can be looking at the website. Number two, you wait for the presentation. And probably after that, if things are not still clear, then of course, we'll be able to pick it from there. Thank you, Mr. Frederick. And the last one is Remy Shiudu. Mr. Remy, please unmute and talk.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Proceed.
Yes. My name is Dr. John Ayisi. I'm sharing this comment with Dr. Shiondo. Now, our question from Afuko is that we started late on this and we haven't submitted our first quarter report. Is there still a doorway or the door is locked?
Thank you, Mr. Remy Shiudu. Yes, the door is still open. Of course, we are noting that the submission didn't appear as per the guidelines requirement, but go ahead, please, and submit. Is that okay? Go ahead and submit. The door is still open, Mr. Shiudu. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end of this session. Please continue engaging us in question and answer session or in the chat box. We'll still be responding to your question. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity and for listening to me. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. We are now proceeding directly to the next session, which will be handled by Madam Margaret Mude, who will basically take us through all the matters. Will take us through all the matters in terms of developing the STI strategy, the template. She has also answered your questions. And of course, I think it will be a wonderful opportunity for you to listen and see even the improvement in terms of the review that has been instituted by NACOST after listening and of course, getting feedback from you. Thank you. Karibu, Margaret.
Good morning. As you have heard, my name is Margaret Mube. I work for NACOSTI. I'm in the Humanities and Social Sciences Department. And I'm going to take you through the template that will enable you to develop your institutional STI strategy in order to be able to meet these indicator on STI mainstreaming. You will realize that it's quite brief and straightforward. And the purpose for this is that so that you can be able to quickly look at the template and also access a guide that we have put in our website to help you gather more literature in case you need to in developing the strategy. So I will begin with the first part of the strategy, and we have done this purposely so that you can more in a very large way. We would encourage that you borrow heavily from your institutions way of doing things, way of developing your documents. We do not want you to depart from your corporate colors. For instance, your corporate structures of structuring your documents. So we would want you to have that freedom so that you develop a document that suits your institution, but also bearing in mind that you are responding to issues of science, technology, and innovation. So the first part of this template looks at the introduction, whereby you will be required to provide a brief description of the institution that you are representing. And this should also have some relevant information on science, technology, and innovation. So in this introduction, you would be required to provide a background, a historical background of the institution, the legal framework that establishes your institution, your mandates, the institutional framework, and also the type of the institution. Is it a research institution, a university college, a regulatory agency, TVET, or your involvement in the National Research Priorities Framework, or your distinct mandates in research, technology, and development. All this information, I believe you can be able to gather it from your strategic plan. I have been able to look at several strategic plans of your institutions, and the first part captures this information quite well. So it is just putting it here, perhaps not more than one page, because it should be captured in brief. You don't want to have a bulky STI strategy at the end of the day. You want a document that clearly communicates, that can clearly tell us that your institution perhaps was established in the 1980s through these, and then maybe there was a review of the legal framework. Now you have been established. For instance, NACOSTI has now been established through the 2013 Science, Technology and Innovation Act, but it existed there before. So just this historical background is very important to show how the evolution of your institution and capturing your mandate and functions is also very crucial to put in the STI strategy. So that is the first part. And as I would like to emphasize, do not make it so long, because it is not the actual focus of this STI strategy. It just helps us to understand your institution and how you are established, your function, your mandate and your functions, which would be relevant for science, technology and innovation development and application. Then the next part, you'll see that we would want you to capture information whereby you take a situational analysis of your institution and also give the rationale for developing the strategy. Some little guidance on the situational analysis is to look at the STI strategic priorities, and these are clearly provided in the documents that I'll keep mentioning to you. It's called a guide to the development of an institutional STI strategy. It is on the website. We have renamed it and it is very clear there. Then the vis-a-vis the current status of STI in the country. And I'm sure you are familiar with the SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So we would also wish that as you are borrowing from your strategic plan and other strategic documents that exist in your institution, you try and tweak them or review what is available in your strategic plan so that they are more in tune with what we are speaking about in this strategy. We are talking about science, technology, and innovation, and perhaps your strategic plan has very general strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that face your institution. So try and be more focused by looking at the issues that face STI. For instance, on the strengths, we have given an example of you'll find that some institutions already have established centers of excellence. They have innovation hubs. These are very specific to the development and application of STI, and it would be good to mention them in the situational analysis. Weaknesses, very common that institutions face, is the inadequate funding for research and development, fragmentation of the research and development systems. You'll perhaps, given that the strategic plan is not developed with the mindset of science, technology, and innovation, this may not be captured as a weakness in your strategic plan. I don't know, but in case it is, that is good. In case it is not, please try and capture weaknesses that relate to the area of science, technology, and innovation. On the opportunities, we are giving an example on, there's a very, a recognition of STI as a vehicle for driving the achievement of sustainable development goals, and also as a mitigating factor for COVID-19 pandemic. So you'll find perhaps this may not appear in your strategic plan, but try and tweak so that the opportunities are more focused on how you can use STI to help you in achievement of SDGs, the Africa Agenda 2063, our own Vision 2030, and of course the medium-term plans. The third one is ending. We are now moving to the fourth medium-term plan in the coming year. Threats, again, those that are relevant to science, technology, and innovation. Example would be the health, social, and economic crisis that is attributable to COVID-19 pandemic. So that would be the situational analysis. Again, make it very brief so that you do not have a bulky strategy, because the strategy is just pointing us to the areas that you have identified that will help you to move closer to the aspired level or standard with regards to STI. And I'll be getting there in a short while. Then the rationale or the importance of having an institutional STI strategy, we have provided this information in that document, which is a guide. We have removed it from the template because it was making the template to look so bulky, but you can refer to that. Nevertheless, the rationale is just to show the importance of the institutional STI strategy. Why do you need an STI strategy for your institution? And you'll realize that STI is a key driver for many of the activities, programs that you have that would help you to realize your mandate in order to achieve the national development goals as captured in the Vision 2030, the medium-term plans, the Big Four agenda, the Global Sustainable Development Goals, the Africa Agenda 2063, and many others that exist. So this would actually be like a paragraph, and that is, I think, even our guide, it captures the rationale as just a paragraph because it is very straightforward. You don't need to beat about the bush. You only need to show why it is important to have a guide or a plan on how you are going to utilize STI in the realization of your mandate. And the realization of your mandate and function is related to, again, the national development and also the global and the regional agenda for development. The next section that is very crucial, again, it is something that is, I am sure, available in your strategic plans and perhaps other documents that you may have, is this STI strategic orientation that gives you the vision, the mission, and the core values of your institution. We are using the, MDA, but you may not fit within the MDA. It could be an academic institution, either a university or a TVET. So you'll put the relevant, of course, the relevant title for this. So these ones are directly obtainable from your documents that already exist. And I have interacted with this, and they are aligned to the traditional way of developing a strategic plan. Again, the objectives of the institutional STI strategy, having a clearly identifiable SMART objectives, which speak to, again, the area of STI. We have given some pointers of this in that document that will guide you. We didn't want to put them in the template, again, so as not to make it so bulky, but this would we have generalized by giving objectives that speak at the national level. Try and bring them closer home by relating them to the functions, to the mandate of your institution. Again, please feel free to consult your strategic plans and other corporate documents of your institutions, but try and again align them to the objectives of STI as we have outlined them in that document that is available on our website for your consultation and for your use. Then the next part is the guiding principles of the institutional STI strategy. That, of course, will be crucial for effective implementation of STI policies and strategy. Some examples that we have given is the relevance to the country's Vision 2030, the constitution, quality, novelty, and originality, cost effectiveness for desired results, multidisciplinary and cross-sectoral approach to problem solving. Earlier speakers have really emphasized on the linkage between STI and the Vision 2030, the constitution, and of course, other regional and global documents that speak to the realization of development. So that is why it is important to show this. I recall perhaps 2 months or so ago, the Office of the Public Service provided guidance to all government institutions on how to show the link between programs, the programs that they are undertaking to the realization of the Vision 2030 and the medium-term plans, and communicating this very clearly. So this is now we are bringing it closer home to show that STI is actually relevant, and it is one of the foundations for realizing the 3 pillars of the Vision 2030. So those are the guiding principles. Feel free to add anything that may not be listed here and also in the guide, but that would be relevant to your institution. Again, the next section looks at the STI strategies for the MDA. You'll be required, now this is the meat of the strategy. The others are relevant sections, but this is actually the point at which you tell the NACOSTI and the nation what are the key priorities that the institution is going to focus on with regard to the development, the application of science, technology, and innovation. And at the national level, I'm sure this has been spoken to, we have an STI policy, an STI policy, and also STI priorities that have been developed. These are part of the documents that you can consult so that you are able to find the relevant priority areas at the national level. They may not be so, you'll need to domesticate them so that you are only choosing the relevant priorities, STI priorities. Because, for instance, your institution may not have a mandate of legislative development and policy development. So, but at NACOSTI, we have that mandate or function. So you choose what is relevant. Perhaps it could be at the level of human resource development, the level of putting in place infrastructure that would help you to effectively undertake R&D or and innovations, of course. It could be at the level of disseminating your work and commercializing your innovations, products, and processes. So these STI strategies, we have provided a list of about 10 of them that will help you, but make use of what is relevant for your institution, rather than listing what is beyond your function, your mandate, and your function. And your functions, of course, as they are listed in the instrument that establishes your institution. So the next table is going to help us to see some of the examples of the STI strategies that we have tried to provide, just a few that are directly linked to the reporting framework, the reporting template that my colleague will be presenting in a short while. So whatever I am going to show you as priorities STI priorities for MDAs are the ones that are also listed on the reporting tool that you'll be using to again report to NACOSTI on the extent to which you are meeting or implementing this STI indicator. So the first strategic issue is human resource development. And the strategic objective, this is just an example, is to enhance quality and capacity of human resource and talent management. This is at the level of the institution. As I said, we are bringing examples that are relevant to the level of an institution that perhaps does not have a legal mandate or a policy mandate. But you have, and as an institution, you have the function of ensuring that you have quality human resource, adequate human resource that is well equipped to enable you undertake your functions. Then the strategies that we are giving as examples is to increase personnel, perhaps at PhD and master's level, enhancing gender parity in STI programs, and again, providing mechanisms to attract and retain human resource in STI. On the reporting template, this is the first required area for you to complete to tell us about your human resource in your institution. This will be handled by my colleague within a short while. The next strategic issue that we would recommend is the infrastructure for STI and digital readiness. And the strategic objective is to enhance and strengthen STI infrastructure to support programs in priority areas. And the strategies that an MDA or an institution could adopt is to improve the status of STI infrastructure and also to perhaps allocate more funds so as to acquire STI infrastructure that would help in the implementation of the priority areas that have been, the institution has identified in R&D and innovation. The list goes on to talk about funding as a strategic issue, funding for STI, and the strategic objective would be to develop mechanisms for sustainable financial resource mobilization and investment. Mechanisms, there are many ways, including looking for more allocations from exchequer, building capacity of your personnel to develop fundraising proposals, to engage in collaborative programs, establishing partnerships, and many other ways, because resources will never be adequate. You have to keep mobilizing resources with using different mechanisms, and that is why we would recommend that you have as one of your objectives is to develop mechanisms to increase funding for STI. I have seen one of the concerns is that budgets have already been, of course, allocated, but we have to find ways in which to utilize and manage the resources that are there. Then the strategies that would recommend is to develop a framework for resource mobilization, to invest a certain percentage of budget on R&D, research chairs, programs, technology and innovation, centers of excellence, science and technology parks. All these are means and ways of raising resources so as to be able to support the programs that relate to STI. Again, another example that we are giving as a strategic issue for STI is STI advocacy and awareness, so as to enhance the same, because we need to get out to the communities to be aware of science, technology, and innovation as a key driver for development at different levels. And then the strategies that we are proposing is to support and coordinate conferences. They could be annual, they could be quarterly conferences, science weeks, congresses, STI Olympiads, STEM mentorship programs, exhibitions, and many others that would help us to create awareness on STI and to also do more advocacy on this area. And again, engagement with county governments on STI-based innovative county development strategies and programs. Remember, service delivery has gone to the counties, so that is where we need to have more applications of STI so that we can deliver services to the citizens. The other area is education, training, and research. And the objective would be to realign education, training, and research programs to the national goals, regional, counties, and industrial needs. There are many ways of doing this. As you can see, the list is long, including promotion of gender equality, continuous review of education curriculum, mechanisms to recognize and reward achievement in research, linkages, developing linkages with the industry to enhance technological capabilities, participation in conferences, licensing of research in order to meet the statutory provisions, ensuring that research is aligned to national research priorities, and also getting our work out there through dissemination, through publication in scientific papers. I think finally, the list, as I said, is quite long, and it is just to guide you so that you can be able to select and also to add what you think has been left out from this list. The other important area is technological development, transfer, and diffusion to strengthen intellectual property rights and also to establish innovation incubation centers and science technology parks. This is very important to ensure that we have our intellectual assets protected and being able to benefit from what we have developed or innovated, creating awareness on the importance of intellectual property rights, aligning technology development activities to national priorities, submitting applications for patents and registration of utility models. We have the institutions that have been set up for this, strengthening research, academia linkage to encourage commercialization and spin-offs, establishing technological transfer and industrial liaison offices, and also participating in annual conferences, science weeks, and other areas. The area of collaboration and partnerships in STI is something that I believe no institution should leave it out in their STI strategy, given the DG came out very clearly and strongly on the need to collaborate and to establish partnerships, because we are not going anywhere if we operate alone and in a way that does not foster multidisciplinarity. So I think this is an area that would really be crucial for institutions to think about in terms of establishing strategic collaborations at all levels, from national, regional, international levels, and also strengthening the same. Again, this would require us to institutions to participate in STI networks. NACOSTI has established such a network, and we are encouraging members to participate. Again, multidisciplinary and multi-institutional teams for collaborative research and development. This is an area that our reporting template would want to capture for not just as a way of collecting information, but also as a way of informing institutions about the available collaborations and partnerships that are there and they can tap into. The area of gender mainstreaming in STI is coming out very strongly, given the statistics that show only about 30% of the female gender are in research, and STEM has significant gender disparities, with the female gender again being underrepresented. So we need to come up with the programs that promote gender equality in STI-related programs, activities, and decision-making, so as to ensure gender equality in the participation and distribution of opportunities in STI. This is the list that we have given. There is more again in the guide that is on our website, and feel free to add what would be relevant to your institution. The the second last part of the STI strategy is the implementation framework that we have also given some examples that would help you to capture this. This is again aligned to the STI priorities that the MDA identifies. And again, this is also aligned to the reporting template. And the example that we have given is the area of human resource development, so as to increase personnel in research, technology, and innovation again, and in order to increase personnel by a certain percentage. That would be the expected result. You may be at 5%, but you want to, in your strategy, you'd want to increase that to 10%, for instance. And we shall be able to, so the indicators would be giving us the number of recruited, promoted personnel, and the means of verification is the human resource records and any other reports that capture your human resource details. The estimated costs, it is important to show that in Kenya shillings, of course. Then the other area, STI advocacy and awareness. These are just two examples that we have given here. The strategy to support and coordinate annual conferences, science weeks, and congresses. Remember, these are examples, so feel free to put in what suits you, with the expected result that we shall have increased advocacy and awareness on science, technology, and innovation. The performance indicator would be the number of conferences, science weeks that you organize or you participate in at either on quarterly or annual basis. Then the means of verification would be the reports from those conferences. And the other documentation. My screen is a bit, okay. Then, of course, giving us the budget. This is what you have utilized, or you have budgeted for that particular to meet that strategy. Finally, is the monitoring and evaluation, perhaps not a framework section, that it is in two parts. There is the internal mechanism for M&E that you have perhaps been able to establish within your institution. I am sure you have done that. So you have the tools, you have a framework, you have a team that participates in M&E, and therefore you only need to include perhaps in your tool that you will now be capturing data and information with regard to your science, technology, and innovation activities or programs. Then the review of the strategy, this is crucial, and it would be aligned to what you have in your institution. Some institutions could be having a review after every 3 years, or of course as need arises, but you have your own procedures for reviewing documents, and therefore this STI strategy will be reviewed in accordance to those procedures. And of course, we do not anticipate that you will have an STI strategy every year. So you just indicate at what point you will review it. It could be 3 years. I think ideally it should be 3 years, but feel free to put in what is suitable for you in line with your standards of your institution. So that is the end with regard to the STI strategy template. I want to repeat again that we have more details of this on the website, and it is called a guide for the development of the STI strategy. Thank you very much for listening. I would like to welcome your comments, questions, and any clarifications that you may have. Thank you for listening. I think, Frederick, you have been unmuted to speak.
Yes, thank you. I think you have taken us very well. Today's presentation is good. It's much more clearer than the past training. And I think we are now on the right track. You have brought out clearly the STI strategy. The 3 columns are well explained. And even the STI implementation framework. What is just maybe missing is the column for responsibility. Who is responsible for the implementation of the proposed STI activities? Are you getting me?
But I think, Frederick, perhaps yes, you can move closer to your microphone, because I didn't hear the last part.
I'm saying in the implementation framework, the column for responsibility, the action person, is the one that most likely, in my conceptualization, it's missing. We may need to consider including who is responsible, so that some of the cross-cutting activities, they may not lead to conflict. It should be clear whether it's the DVC, research, DVC, administration, DVC, academic. So the column for responsibility, the action person, is imperative to be included in the implementation matrix.
Thank you very much. We take that suggestion from you, Frederick, very positively, and we shall consider including that in the template. Thank you. You can see Remy Shudu, you have been unmuted. Kindly go ahead and raise your question or comment.
Yes. My question is that I stand corrected. I thought that whatever somebody the current participant just asked was who will be responsible. I thought that this should be done by the focal person and the champions. Or no? Hear me?
Yes, thank you, Remy. I think it should very much be at the discretion of the institution, but you are right. I am sure perhaps most of the institution would be leaving this responsibility or giving this responsibility to the focal person and also the champions who will be working closely with the focal person to implement the STI indicator in the institution. But I think we should leave the institutions to choose the persons responsible for undertaking the different responsibilities that are outlined in the STI strategies implementation framework. I hope we communicate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me just add. I think what I'm hearing and what the earlier presenter was mentioning, that he was anticipating that there would be a column to show the responsibility of the various actors. Yes, you can do that, and that does not necessarily restrict the responsibility to the focal points and the champions. Of course, the strategy is for the wider institution and not just for a few people. And therefore, you may assign responsibilities depending on how the institution operates. So the responsibility holders, I think, is broader than what the focal point and the champions are able to do. Thank you.
Yes, Nancy, you have been unmuted to talk. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Mine was just a clarification and a follow-up on something that has been raised on the chat. The issue of the template. I have checked on the website. I can't seem to find it also. So if you could kindly maybe post the link on the chat so that we're able to access it, we'll appreciate.
Thank you, Nancy. We shall do that. I think our ICT team is here and it's looking into that. So you will have the correct, the template as I have presented on the website. And in case you have any difficulties, please feel free to consult any one of us, and of course the dedicated email that we have, and also the dedicated phone lines for NACOSTI. I think Evans, you are unmuted. Please go ahead. Evans or
yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm just I stand guided on the title of this document, because it is going to guide decisions in our universities, in our TVET colleges, STI strategy, and there is also policy now. The word strategy is used in the document, strategies in the document, policies are used in the document. So I'm just somehow worried, and that's why I say that I stand guided here, whether we should name that document as STI policy or STI strategy. I am getting confused on the use of these words. Yeah, currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Evans. I think we have made a deliberate choice to use the word, to call it the document, an STI strategy rather than a policy, because it is a strategy is at a lower level in terms of even the approvals that are required within an institution, and also in terms of providing like a plan, a roadmap for the institution on the areas of science, technology, and innovation that would be relevant or that would be achieved within a particular planning period. For instance, a policy is more wider And we didn't want to go to that direction because we know that, of course, there's the issues of funding, there are other policies. So that is why we encourage institutions to develop a very specific STI strategy that identifies specific priorities in the area of STI. But if you have found, because we made a very detailed review of the document, so as we are not bringing in that confusion and that ambiguity in this document by using policies. So allow us time to look at it, to make it very clear that we are talking about an STI strategy and not an STI policy, given that we already have at the national level an STI policy and also an a national STI strategy that helps to implement the STI, the Science, Technology and Innovation Policy, by identifying specific programs and activities that will be achieved within a particular period of time. So if there is that confusion in your document, and I will personally take responsibility to look at it again and remove that ambiguity so that you have only strategy as your focus. I hope that is clear. I have muted myself. Kenneth, please go ahead and give your question or your contribution.
Thank you. I hope you are getting me clearly.
Yes, we are.
My concern is actually on the presentation and the document that is on the website there. From your presentation, it has 5 sections, whereas the document I was trying to follow on the website actually has around 4 sections. So I don't know which format shall we use. Is it the one that is on the website, or according to the presentation that you have given us? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. Please, I'm very sorry for that confusion, because the document that I am presenting is not the one that is on the website, but our ICT team is at hand to make sure that before very long, we are able to upload it, the correct document. So the one that is on the website currently is the earlier one. So please use what will be uploaded within a very short while. I think perhaps in the course of the day, we will have the updated document, the one that I have just shared in this presentation. Thank you, and sorry for the confusion.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Ismail Oduor, kindly go ahead and give your contribution.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam, for that very explicit presentation. Mine is not a question, but just a small request. Yeah, for every presentation you are making, you are referring us to the website. And as it has become apparent, some people are not able to access some of this information in the website. Now, my request is that since you have confirmed that you will avail some of these presentations after the training, why don't you also attach some of these documents you are referring to the website so that we can have them wholesome?
This is very well noted, Daktari, and it shall
reduce the turnaround time for
yes.
looking at some of those. Thank you very much.
We shall do that, Dr. And thank you for that. I think we have addressed all the comments and we shall continue to address them, the questions and any other concerns. All these documents, including the ones that are going to guide you, will be sent to you on your emails. But before I exit, I can see we have a hand from Lillian Kiprop. Kindly go ahead. Lillian, we have unmuted you to speak. Kindly unmute yourself. Lillian, if you can hear us, please unmute yourself. Okay, I think Lillian, you can perhaps send your question to us. But at this time, I want to thank you very much for these, for your inputs and for your comments, which we have taken very positively and will help us to continue to improve on these documents of the STI strategy. So I want to invite my colleague, Mr. Cyrus Kamau, who will take you through the reporting templates. Thank you very much. Cyrus.
Good afternoon, and I hope you're well. I want to welcome you to the last training session on the overview of the STI quarterly reporting template, which is part of the STI mainstreaming program. My name is Cyrus Kamau. I work at the Infrastructure and ICT department. I'll look at the overview of the framework and what you're saying for an effective implementation of this indicator. MDAs are required to at least internalize 3 aspects, one of them to appoint focal persons and champions who will be responsible to coordinate the STI mainstreaming in the institutions. I think that one has been already covered by my colleague Javan. Then MDAs are required to document available research, technology, and innovation as per the PC 18 cycle guidelines, which I believe all MDAs have been able to receive that guidelines. Then the last one is, which is called to this reporting template, is to use the provided templates that provide a simplified reporting tool to capture the relevant data. So the tool that is there is given to provide 3 contact details: the focal person or the reporting person on this specific target, the telephone number of that contact person, and the name of the institution where the focal person is representing. This PC indicator reporting tool is mapped to the cycle guidelines that were there. It's divided into 2 parts. We have a PC indicator 1, which is carrying 30%, and PC indicator 2, which is carrying 70%. So on the first part of the indicator is to develop institutional science, technology, and innovation strategy using the table that has been provided within. So as a point of note, as a guiding point, is that institutions are expected to provide the information that will be used in the assessment of the status of STI competencies and readiness in terms of human resource, research, technology, and innovation equipment, status of institutional, scientific and ethics review committees, and research and intellectual properties, or what we call IP policies, or IPR policies, depending on whether you call it intellectual property rights. So then the development of the student science and technology strategy for this template, which we basically call a score of 20. So within these 2 areas and these aspects, there's a distribution based on that aspect. So the indicator 2 has implemented developed institutional STI strategy by undertaking the following interventions with a total score of 70%. So in the indicator, it has 4 Romans. We have Roman 1 of indicator 2, which are expected to document research programs and projects in their respective institutions and their funding sources. And in this case, we are looking at the aspect of, first, in terms of the institution, and 2, in terms of what you call quadruple helix, what means that you have other partners like county governments, could be financial donors who are coming in. It could be even a collaborative approach with another MDA that you're engaging with, could be another university, or it could be even what you call community-based or faith-based organization that are participating in that program or project. Then in this part of indicator, we have 2 tables, 3 and 3B. The first table is dealing with research programs and projects undertaken in the institution. So you're expected to list all the projects under this category. Then in table 3B, you're able to pull out from table 3A those research projects and programs that we are saying involve what we call quadruple helix. Then we have PC indicator Roman 2, annual budgetary allocation for R&D, at least 2% of the operational budget. So this one is supposed to move in hand with the total institutional budget and the total expenditure that you may be having for R&D. Then indicator 2 Roman 3, undertake research, technology innovation, and technology transfer commercialization, which involves publications, patents, innovation, development, technology transfer, and commercialization of services. Then we have the last indicator, Roman 4 of this indicator, which is carrying 15 percentage points, is that it will disseminate the findings and recommendation of the technology innovations through conferences, workshops, seminars, among other approaches or techniques that are available for dissemination. So I'll move to the first aspect of that reporting tool, where you're reporting human resource capacity. So in this case, you are supposed to provide the numbers, qualifications of research, technology, innovation, personnel, institutions based on the 5 broad areas. In the specific area which you are saying, we have the table 1 that is given below. So we are looking at the 5 fields of study, and we are saying this one is based on the revised fields of science and technology as classified by the Frascati model or manual, and you have provided a link under UNESCO as the recognized areas. So one of the key aspects that you have also felt that you may need to provide for those who are not able to access, you have provided the link. So you'll be able to click this link. It will help you in understanding what subject areas or what subject disciplines are found within. Like now, they're talking about natural sciences, we're talking about maths, there's computer science. There are all those aspects that you call natural sciences that are listed there. Engineering and technology
These involve engineering courses, architecture, they could be construction management, they could be electrical and electronics. In medical and health sciences, so in this case, we are looking at medical sciences, we're looking at health sciences. In agriculture and veterinary sciences, aspects of agriculture that would be into livestock, it would be in crop production. Veterinary sciences, we have the aspects of science that deal with veterinary aspects. Then we have last, the humanities and social sciences that come in. So in terms of qualifications, we are looking at the three categories, PhD, masters, and bachelors. Then in terms of gender, we are looking either male or female, depending on each of these categories. So what you need to do here is to enter details. Like now, if I'm saying our institution has one PhD who is female, under which area of specialization, maybe in humanities, then I'll come under humanities and then I'll put one. Then if I have 3 qualified staff with masters in my institution, 1 male, 2 female, then I'll put the same within the discipline of which their qualification falls. Then in bachelors, I could have 5, then I have to maybe 3 male and 2 female. I'll put them within the areas of field of study. Then down there, I'm able to put the totals, which will be able to provide us information on the kind of HR resource capacity in terms of qualifications, field of study, and gender. That's table 1A. Then table 1B, we'll be able to look at human resource capacity to institutions by specialty, qualifications, and age. So in this case, we are still looking in the same field of study where we have the 5 study areas: natural sciences, engineering and technology, medical and health sciences, agriculture and veterinary sciences, humanities and social sciences. Then qualifications are as above, PhD, masters, and bachelors. Then we are interested in this table to look in terms of age. Remember, the other one was in terms of gender, male and female. Here we are looking in terms of age. We are saying 50 years and below, 50 years and above. So this information will be critical also for government planning to look at the aspects of what areas are we having maybe shortcomings in terms of human resource. Then we also look at the what we call the age workforce of our team that is working within the MDAs. Do we have most of our PhDs above 50s or below 50s? Do we have a very big gap? Do we have a gender parity? Do we have all those things? This table will be able to provide information for this. And moving forward, this information will be critical even in decision making in terms of human resource when government is looking at the aspect of R&D or STI in a complete format. We have the third table, which we're calling table 1C. We are looking at the research, technology, and innovation equipment, and we're saying institutions should provide research, technology, and innovation equipment whose cost amounts to over 0.5 million. Any additional equipment acquired in subsequent quarters will be reported in that relevant quarter. So in this case, we are still looking within those fields of science areas of what we call science and technology fields. That's natural sciences, engineering and technology, medical and health sciences, agriculture and veterinary, humanities and social sciences. We can name the equipment, the location of the equipment. Is it in a workshop? Is it in a laboratory? Then the estimated cost, we are saying in this, we are looking at the cost of 0.5 or higher. Then what is that equipment capable of? So the interest of this data in terms of collection will be able to help. Maybe to know, maybe an university is looking for an equipment. I can give an example, maybe a university in the Dankemadi is looking for equipment that they may want to use, but they may not know where that equipment is. Possibly the neighboring university, which is Laikipia University, has a similar equipment. So possibly we can be able to give that advisory, or vice versa. Laikipia needs to use, researchers in Laikipia needs to use a specific equipment for chemistry, maybe research. And instead of investing in that equipment, which maybe you may need to use once off, then possibly you may be able to have sharing of this equipment. Once you're able to map what kind of equipments are available, which institutions are holding them, and possibly, you never know, this could be a source of your A&A. You could be able to charge levies to people who are able to use that equipment at what you would call a return cost, just for purposes of maintenance of those equipment as they are used, because there is also the cost of wear and tear. There's a cost of repair and maintenance that come with some of those high-end equipments. So this could lead to much more even of aspects of looking how these institutions can collaborate. I have item A, you have item B. So instead of you cost cutting into me, I will allow you to use equipment A in my institution, and possibly when you need to use equipment B, you can be able to use equipment B that is in institution 2. So this could lead to a whole paradigm in terms of how we look at the RTI equipment within our research institutions and also within the MDAs across board within the public sector. So we have an aspect of what you're calling institutional status report on the institutional scientific and ethics review committees. And you say institutions shall be required to establish institutional scientific and ethics review committees, which you're calling the ISERC, which shall be accredited by the Commission to be affiliated with the existing accredited or to be affiliated with an existing accredited ICRC in a university or a research institution in Kenya. So we have the first question you're asking, have you established an institutional scientific ethics review committee? So we will provide a link on this. There are those institutions that already have established this. And the NACOST website has a list where you can be able to get the list of institutions that are already accredited and possibly also able to get the function. Then you're asking the second question. Kindly note that as part of the transition and existing institutional ethics review committees, as we call them now, IERC, will be considered similar to what we call institutional scientific and ethics review committees. What we are saying in this case is that we are adding the aspect of scientific so that the committees do not only review the ethical aspects of research, but also include the scientific aspects as an aspect of the review process. So maybe this is something that has come up within our first quarter reporting, and possibly as part of trying to make it more articulate to MDAs, we have provided a link down there, which you are able to access on the guidelines on the establishment of institutional scientific and ethics review committees. You must understand that these are a globally peer-reviewed and process. So it may not necessarily be part of the institutional, maybe committees that you create within the institution, but there is a process. And the guidelines are there to guide you on the process of how to establish one. And we must also say it's not all institutions that maybe at this point or juncture need to create one, but they may need to be affiliated. So if you need the affiliation, then the process of how you can be affiliated with one that is existing within your region, you can be able also to send an email or call within the numbers, and possibly NACOST will be in a position to help you within these aspects. Kindly note that as we do this, we anticipate that you tick as appropriate. When you tick no, doesn't mean that you will not score because of a no. But I can assure you, you may not score if you leave it blank, because when you leave it blank, you may not know the status of your MTA. So to be on the appropriate, to ensure that you're able to correct what you're calling well-articulated and well-informed data, kindly provide this aspect. Because when you tick yes, there is an aspect, a follow-up question. When you tick no, there is a follow-up question to that. And the follow-up questions are here. Based on your answer above, if you ticked yes or if you ticked no. If no, state the plan, strategies, timelines of establishing an institutional scientific and ethics review committee or being affiliated with an existing one in a university or a registered research institution in Kenya within the next 6 months from the date of this report or from the date of this training. If the answer is yes, provide a summary report of the institutional scientific and ethical review committee covering the membership of the committee, functions, number of meetings and activities undertaken in the preceding quarter and cumulatively, and cases handled in the preceding quarter and cumulatively, and concluding remarks in a tabular format. This one will not be a challenge of those that have already established because they have been taken through the process and they have also been trained, because even being a member of these committees, you have to go through what you call research ethics training so that you're able to know the modus operandi of how the committee runs and is able to operate. So for those who are still within the process of understanding it, then the aspect of affiliation or understanding how you can go around within the affiliation is something that NACOST will come in handy and be able to support you in that area. So the second aspect within this is research and intellectual property policies. An institution shall put into place policies on research and intellectual property rights in line with the relevant laws for the time being in force. And you're asking the same question, have you established research and intellectual property policies in line with the relevant laws for the time being in force? Then you're telling you to tick as appropriate. This one cuts across majority, if not all of the MDAs, because we are talking about if you're conducting some cases of innovations, then those innovations carry with them what you call intellectual property rights. Who are the owners of the idea? Who are the owners of the invention or the innovation that you are coming up with? Then how do you deal with that aspect of ownership? Does the institution pick it from the owner and compensate? Does the institution help the owner develop it for commercialization? Or does it, what kind of engagements, if you have this policy in place, how will this policy be implemented in terms of innovations, in terms of new ideas and all those aspects that come up within the institution? So it's advisable that if you do not have an intellectual property rights policy in place, to establish one and can be able to guide that. I know NACOSTI has a template that we have been using to guide institutions, and that's a way that can move forward in terms of guiding how to establish one. Then based on your answer one above, if the answer is no, that means you don't have an IP policy or a research policy, then plan strategies, timelines for establishing research and intellectual property policies within the next 6 months from the date of this report or from the date of this training. Have you come up with a plan on how you intend to maybe develop or constitute a committee, develop and put into place an intellectual property policy for your ministry, department, or agency? If yes, provide the evidence of staff sensitization on research and intellectual property policies, as well as evidence of impacts of the same on the institution mandates and service delivery to citizens. We are saying if you already have these in place, have you been able to identify innovations? Have you been able to identify patents? And if those patents have been identified, have you first conducted sensitization? Have you called a meeting, sensitized staff and stakeholders on your IP? Then if there are such evidences, minutes, meeting invitations that come along with it, then attendance register of people who attended that specific sensitization program on that day or that week. Then within the mandate of the institution, is that intellectual property policy able to assist in service delivery to its citizens? Then also able to provide that information as part of this standard. Then we move to the aspect of developing institutional science, technology, and innovation policy. My colleague Margaret, who has just finished her report or her presentation, was addressing the aspect of how to develop this. So this is just a guideline in terms of reporting, because you have this table within your templates, which you anticipate that you're able to provide us the activities that you have undertaken, the outputs and verifiable indicators. These are just examples, and we have been able to receive quite a number of the what you're calling quarter one reports, where most institutions are able to comment that they have been able to put in place a focal persons and champions. They have been identified. Maybe the aspect of identification, have you been formally appointed as the accounting officer, done a letter to formally appoint you to that position to which now you have been nominated to. Then there is aspect of training of focal point and focal champions. As we say, these are continuous process. We had last month a process on this, and we had aspects of attendance of about 600 also in number of those who attended in that week training. And we're saying, have you conducted awareness and sensitization of staff and stakeholders in terms of this target, in terms of reporting, in terms of how are you taking up as a committee or as a focal persons to ensure that this target is well mainstreamed, you know, see that one, or well entrenched within the core mandate. Remember, this is a mainstreaming within the core mandate. It's not a cross-cutting issue in the PC. So it's part of what you are supposed to just be able to mainstream within your core mandate to ensure that these activities take place. Then you have developed maybe a draft strategy STI strategy. As I said, this is one of the areas that we found a challenge. And one of the challenges that we have been able to address is what Margaret was saying, develop a simplified strategy and try to make it to be used across board. Fact that universities, TVETs, teachers training colleges, regulatory institutions are able to develop a strategy that can be able to work within the organization. Then this is just another example, number 4, streamlining and infusion of identified STI targets. At least we believe within the first quarter, these aspects were well endured, but there were those cases where people were not able either to go through training, and that's why this training comes in handy, such that in terms of reporting and understanding of this PC target is well understood within the focal persons and within the champions. Maybe now consider that we're in the second quarter, we are looking at the aspects of rolling out. For those that have already been able to develop a draft, you don't have to stop at that point. We can go ahead and start the rollout or the commencement of that implementation of the strategy. Note that the implementation of the strategy is informed within your strategy. And what you're saying in this case, the rollout of the institutional science, technology, innovation is as per your already developed strategy, which was within the first quarter of the reporting. And now in the second quarter, we have been able to give you, in that strategy, you will find table 3.1, which addresses STI strategies for the MDA. And we are saying we have provided like 10 STI strategies to which we are anticipating you're able to identify the strategic issue and the strategic objective. This as a guiding example to the implementation process. We are saying like strategic issues to improve infrastructure for STI and digital readiness. Some institutions will call this digital transformation, depending on the level of digital readiness you're putting into place. Then the strategic objective is to enhance and strengthen STI infrastructure to support STI programs and priority areas. You have identified 2 strategies to implement this strategic objective or this strategic issue. And you're saying strategy 1, allocate funds for the expansion of STI infrastructure in prioritized areas. And the expected results identify those priority areas of investment which you need to allocate these funds. Then we have a case of the performance indicator, development of baseline survey tool, baseline survey conducted within maybe that specific period. Then as a means of verification, we are saying a status report on the infrastructure and digital readiness for decision making is already available. And possibly as part of the implementation, we are saying that the indicative target and timelines that you would have finished this strategy of 100% by December 2021. This one will depend on what you're able to put into place. So if you feel that this one should be completed by 31st March 2022, then you're able to indicate that and an indicative budget. That means even as you work, you're able to look at this aspect of it. Then allocate funds for expansion of STI infrastructure in prioritized areas. Then the budget for the identified priority areas, then development of the user specification as performance indicators, and market survey reports of those items that you are putting in within that identified items. The means of verification that from your baseline survey, you are able to come up with a list of STI infrastructures and budget estimates, which are able to inform that. Then 100% completion maybe by 2021 and allocating a budget of 2 M. There is something that I want to kindly, maybe in terms of addressing, to bring this into the understanding. We are working with this STI strategy as part of your strategic plan. We're not saying that you start looking for money to do these activities. We have these activities already as identified within your strategic plan, and what you're trying to do is to streamline them so that you're able to pull them out within the strategic plan and you're able now to report them as your targets within the STI. Because if you have a strategic plan for 5 years, within that strategic plan, like now if you look at the first aspect of the policy is human resource, and that cuts across MDAs. We all have a deficit in human resource. So in terms of human resource, I know the first question will be, there is a freeze on human resource. So the question is, even within the freeze, there is still replacements. We have cases where within the MDAs where people have left, either through natural attrition, either through retirement, either through greener pastures, and they have created vacancies within the MDAs. And there is an aspect of now doing that replacement within the MDAs. Maybe you are saying this year, out of people who have gone maybe through natural attrition, greener pastures, and possibly retirement, or other aspects that they have made them leave the work of the institution, you have 10 vacancies. So within your main strategic plan, you intend to replace these 10 vacancies that have been created through this. So you can now be able to bring in the aspect of mainstreaming, saying, we target that out of these 10, 2 of the people that you're going to bring on board, they will help us in terms of STI, in terms of our implementation of this structure. And I'm not saying that since you don't have STI directly, you are not seeing how that aspect comes in. It could be even a question of finance. When you come to fill tables that you'll be required to fill in terms of R&D expenditure, you may require somebody in finance, you may require an accountant. So when you are factoring these replacements, are these human resources coming in to assist in the implementation of the STI infrastructure? And this one now addresses the aspect of now that has come up. Are we supposed to look for a budget to mainstream the STI strategy, or are we dealing with the mainstreaming based on already existing strategic plan for the MDAs? And what you're doing is to pull out those activities. And I'm saying we have given you like 10 areas. So you look at the strength of your MDA, and then from the institution, you're able to pick the ones that favor you in terms of your case scenario. And at this point, I want to answer that question that had come up. I think it was Competition Authority, who are saying they're not conducting research. So they are wondering how will this aspect of STI address them? So there is an aspect of gender mainstreaming. And you know this one is even much easier because it can be reported within the strategy and can also be reported as a cross-cutting issue. So when you're dealing with the gender mainstreaming, our interest will be, are you ensuring that gender equality, the participation and distribution of opportunities in STI? You are conducting internal surveys, you are conducting internal data collection. How do you choose that committee in terms of how they do your work? Maybe if you are choosing these survey people to conduct this survey or to manage, or you are coming up with a committee that will conduct a survey internally, would be 9 of them are females and 1 of them is male. So as part of gender mainstreaming, you would say this survey will conduct it on a 50-50 basis, or what you're calling a gender parity approach. You make 5 of them female, 5 of them male. And as part of this strategy, you are now mainstreaming it in the understanding that you are trying to achieve this target, but you're doing it not only purposefully, but also more informed in terms of how you want to mainstream that aspect of gender. You would want to conduct an analysis of gender in your organization in terms of the team that are involved in R&D projects or in STI projects. If you have a science or a technology or innovation project that you're undertaking within your institution, are you able to say in this project, we have 16 resource persons, 12 of them are male, 4 of them are female? Then you'll be saying we are doing well. We have done maybe a third, or we are below a third. So if you realize that you're at 25%, then you will knowingly and instinctively change those numbers so that you end up having 9 of them are male, 6 of them are female. Then you are achieving the that gender rule. But you're not saying that you only achieve the that gender rule. You can even move it ahead to a 50-50 gender parity if the competencies and no other factors that allow you to do that specific program or project allows you to go towards that. And that is an issue of gender also. So there are quite a number of examples that I can give. This is just one of them in terms of infrastructure. But for purposes of understanding, I can choose another strategic issue. You can say funding investment for STI. And you say develop mechanism for financial resources mobilization and investment. And one of the key aspects we look into, we start looking at A&S. Sometimes you may realize you have a fixed budget and you may not be able to invest in an STI program. So you can do what we call in other cases, in terms of resource mobilization, you do a cost-cutting process. Like I would give an example, you can decide we spend 50,000 every month on power. So if you implement solar for heating and lighting, it will require us to invest 1 million, but this money can be recaptured within 3 years or within 2 years as part of the savings. And you're saying now moving to greener energies, that means you're able to have an impact in terms of cost cutting. Instead of paying power bills, you move to solar. And when you move to solar, that means there will be a cost cutting. Then within 3 years, this cost cutting can now be kept and can be channeled into a project that may generate AMA. You could have a case scenario, maybe within the organization, you have a farm. That's a basic now just instinct, and possibly the items that you supply to the institution, they also put in a case scenario where we would want in future this budget can be put as a cost unit to support the systems to which these resources are coming, such that you look at it in 2 ways: that you can generate funds, but you may find it difficult to generate funds, then apply cost-cutting approaches, then this cost-cutting will generate some reserves. Then these reserves cannot be reinvested in STI programs or projects within the institutions. It's quite a wide area, but I will want to at least move to the next area for purposes of understanding moving forward. We have the table that is capturing all research programs and projects being undertaken by the institution. So here we have an example of 2 research programs and projects: STI skills, knowledge, and technology transfer. Just like an example, the principal investigator is John Doe, starting in 2020, but ending in 2022. Note that this project starts last financial year, 1st of July, but it is still continuing until next year. So I'm putting it on board because it's a 2 financial year or 3 financial year cross-cutting projects. Then I'm giving the status of completion of this project. Maybe in terms of STI skills and knowledge and technology transfer, we have done 54% of this project. The GOK is funding this project at the cost of 30 million, and the total funding is 30 million. We have the second project, which involves improvement of STI utilities and infrastructure. The principal investigator is Jane Doe, starting on 1st of January 2021 and ending on 1st of July 2023. That means it's starting last financial year, which is part of this calendar year, but it's going towards almost another financial year. So it's cutting across that. Then in this program of projects, the status of completion is 48.9%. And we have 2 sources of funding. We have 20 million from the government of Kenya. It could also be from A&A, because A&A is still GOK funding. And the partners who are coming on board, they are giving 50 million. So the total cost of this project is 70 million. So this one, you're supposed to capture all programs and projects which the institution is taking under table 3A. Under table 3B, you are supposed to take those research programs and projects that the institution is undertaking, but with partnerships with either with research institutions, would be partnerships with other or research universities, could be either with the industry sector, KEPSA, Kenya Private Sector Alliance. It could be even with the private sector, the industry. It could also be with local communities, civil societies, county governments. It could also be development partners. So this one now, you go back to your earlier table of 3A and you pick the ones that you're doing in partnerships. That means that they are not direct, they are funded either partially by GOK and partially by partners, or they are fully funded by partners with no GOK funding. Like the second project, improvement of STI utilities and infrastructure. Maybe you have a partner who is coming in to lay internet connectivity, or they are buying internet equipment that can be used for networking and for internet use. Then we have the principal investigator, who is Jane Doe, the day started, the completion date, the percentage of completion. Then the same case, we have the GOK and the partners. So in this table, we have this unique column, which you're calling indicate the name of the partner. This column is not in table 3A, but it's in table 3B. So you want to know who is this partner who is coming on board to give you this 50 million, so that you're able to achieve that 70 million target for this project. So we go to the next table, which is P&C indicator Roman 2. We are saying ensure annual budget allocation for R&D is at least 2% of the operational budget. Provide the total institutional budget and the total expenditure for R&D. So in this case, we are saying we have GOK grants, which is 40 million. This is the money you get as an institution from the exchequer. Then within this, there is what you call an operational budget. You remove the costs that are overheads that you basically always do. And a good example of those costs that come in recurrent budgets are salaries and emoluments that come with salaries. So if your salaries and emoluments in that financial year are 15 million, you remove them from the 40 million. But you are left with only now an operational budget of 25. Then you're able to deal with the actual operational expenditure. This one should be done quarterly. You are saying if the first quarter you get 5 million, you do 5 million. If you're able to get 20 million within the quarter to just deal with this project, then you are getting 20 million. Then within this 20 million, then you have a total expenditure for R&D, which is 200,000. So how do you calculate the percentage of R&D expenditure to operational expenditure? You get your 200,000 over 20 million multiplied by 100. And you get the percentage of your annual operational budget or your actual expenditure, which you are spending as part of R&D. I want to say this, it is understandable that as a beginning point, you may not have achieved this 2% from GOK grants. And possibly your plan in your strategy as part of resource mobilization is to increase this percentage. Maybe the first year you can increase from 1% to 1.1, or you can increase from 0.5 to 0.6, depending on what percentage of this budget will come out to. Then you're able to capture the partners. We had the World Bank was coming in as a partner. He has given you 50 million. We are assuming you have no operational cost or overheads. Then that money will go to that project. But possibly you could have overheads. You may need to buy vehicles, which you will be using for this project and among other projects. Maybe you buy 2 vans or 2 buses, whatever you intend to buy. But you consider that as an overhead to that operational budget. Then you deduct it from that 50 million to see what actual operational expenditure happens. Then you have the 50 million, which means the 100% of that World Bank funding or that partner funding is going to R&D, which means at the end of the day, your percentage of R&D is higher than even the 2% considering that what you're getting from the external parties. You could have an income generating project, which you're calling a business development unit or whatever you may call it. It's an A in A, and possibly it has 20 million, and you have an operational budget of 20 million. But the actual budget, when you remove the overheads, you could have an actual budget of 15 million. And you say from this 15 million you're able to generate, you are able to do 5%, 5 million, sorry, which translates to 33.3%. Maybe to assist in giving an example, you could have a printing unit that you print materials. Maybe let's say you print posters, you print educational communication materials as an institution. So you have a printing unit. But considering that you're going to an election here, you may have people who are vying for political office coming to request for posters. You could even have IEBC itself as an agency coming and saying, can your printing unit help us print civic education materials? And they give you 20 million for this work. But when they give you 20 million for this work, you realize that you have to buy printing paper from your money or from this budget. So that's why I say that the actual operational expenditure becomes 15, because for you to run that work, you need to spend 5 million on that. Then you could be saying at the end of this printing unit, after you print the IBC, civic education materials, you would call it a heavy duty printer can no longer work. So you need to buy a new heavy duty printer, which costs 5 million. So from this point, then you're going to have a total expenditure for R&D, which is 5 million, which you are spending on that project. So it will depend from MDA to another MDA, what you are looking into, and you're able to justify in terms of that budget that it is not addressing just any other part of your core mandate, but it is going to R&D or an STI project within that. Then we have indicator 2, Roman 3, which we are saying undertake research, knowledge, innovations. and able to give commercialization. Scaling 35 percentage points, and you're saying MDAs are required to identify and report any 4 outputs from the table below. We have 9, and we are saying they're not exhaustive. Maybe you could have others, then you can look at them, then agree that they may not fit within these 5 categories. For institutions that are doing academia, I think publications come first, and they are quite easy to achieve within this area. Maybe in terms of regulatory agencies, their strength could be in intellectual property, trademarks, and utilities. You could have 3 copyrights registered by Kekobo. You could have 2 industrial designs that were granted by KIPI, and 1 patent that has been granted by KIPI. You just need to tell us what are the items and the numbers, and when were they done. So if you're reporting for the first quarter, we expect that from 1st of July 2021 to 31st of September 2021, which is the first quarter reporting, these are the items that you have been able to do within your quarter reporting. I would also say that as you report, some of these could be interlinked. Like now you could come up with industrial designs, which are intellectual property patented. Then when you come to report technologies, you could say you have developed 2 technologies, appropriate building technologies that are being used. They could be maybe steel gauge, like now you're saying when you're building the roof of your house, you can either use wood or you can use what you call light gauge, which is made up of light steel. So if your industrial design was to a light steel that can be used for building, it becomes an appropriate building technology that you have developed. So in this case, you have come up with an industrial design and you have developed a technology. And you can even go ahead and develop a product that can later be used, can be commercialized. Maybe as an institution, as an MDA, commercialization is not your strength, as the DG was telling me in the morning. So instead of staying with your appropriate technology, waiting to sell it, and you're not able in marketing, you can approach Mabati Borings and you talk with Chandaria and you tell them, I have a good design. It has gone through design, it has been patented, it has been developed. So is it possible that Mabati Rolling Mills, which is a commercial, a private sector, can they agree to roll out this design? Then if the market buys, I can get royalties from this. So that you are left with the aspect of developing those designs and patenting them, and the aspect of MOUs and commercialization can come up with. We go to indicator 4, which is last but not least within our PC reporting. You are supposed to simulate the research findings and recommendations and technology innovations through conferences, workshops, and seminars, among other aspects. Like now you can say a mode of dissemination, international trade fairs, those who go to the Nairobi show, Mombasa show. I know most MDAs were part of this before COVID-19 became a pandemic to stop us from these face-to-face meetings. But that one given and done is an area of dissemination. Then you're giving the details of disseminations. These technology products developed, and maybe you can name those 3 technology products that you have developed. Liquid detergents, they could be hand sanitizers, they could be mechanical ventilators by the institution. Then when did you undertake this mode of dissemination? When did you attend the trade fair? And when did you have these exhibitions within the trade fair that you're able to reach your target? It could be a science or exhibition week. And then within the exhibition week, you're saying the details of the activity is a keynote address and policy briefs for policymakers. Then you could have paper and poster presentation by researchers if you're dealing with researchers. Then you can set the date to which this period of activity was undertaken, 12th to 15th August 2021, KICC in Nairobi. We are moved to what you're calling digital readiness, which we are saying within your strategy. This is one of the areas within your strategy you're supposed to capture. It can help you in dissemination of your research, technology, and innovation products. E-platforms. You can use your institutional websites. You can use social media handles, blogs, to maybe disseminate information. Maybe you're having a call. Maybe you're having a research that you would want people to come and undertake. Maybe there's a specific activity that you would want to disseminate outside there. Maybe the research findings that they found something about a specific topic within. Maybe you'd want to understand what's the Kenyan behavior in a specific way or in a specific approach. Like now you can do a simple study in terms of how was it before the curfew was lifted, now that the curfew has been lifted. What's the behavior of Kenyans? What's the behaviors of drivers in the Kenyan roads? Since now they are driving between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m., which was not happening before the day yesterday. Are we having more accidents in that area? If that's the area of social science research and maybe inform and say during curfew, between this and this was happening. You can use now social media blogs and handles, the Facebooks, the LinkedIn, the Twitter and the rest, and the Facebook to do this. You can also use a mobile application available. You can develop a mobile app for use and put them within the stores, either Google Play Store or the Apple Store for that. Then you can set the period to which that exercise was undertaken. You can also use mainstream media as a mode of dissemination. You can use the print media, the newspapers. You can use radio and TV infomercials for your dissemination. And you can specify the periods undertaken and maybe the institution, Standard Media Group, Nation Media Group, Royal Media Services, or any other that may be used for the broadcast and the print media to do. So the key aspect of articulation on this reporting is the details of the activity. We would wish, as you look at your dissemination mode, does the details of your activities address the target audience you want to meet? If your target audience is between 18 and 24, you know those are social media people. So if you print it in the media, you may realize you may end up having an outreach of less than 10%. Another guy does the outreach in social media, he reaches 80% of his target audience. So as you look at your details of activities of what you want to disseminate, you also put back your thoughts. Who are these people you want to reach out? If they are farmers, can you have an open day? Then in that open day, you're able to invite farmers to come and see your new product or your new seed that you have been able to produce for the next planting season. So you try to map that the activity is also meeting the right audience for you to have an impact on that citizenry that you want to reach. And with that, I would beg to end my presentation and give room to maybe questions that may be available for me to respond. I can see Samuel Bugwa. Kindly introduce yourself, maybe where you are from and maybe the question.
Okay. I'm Professor Samuel Bugwa from Kibabi University, the PC coordinator. I had some problems with the examples given on the strategy part, especially strategy 1.2. If you can go to that table, please. Yeah. There were two, strategy 1.2 was repeated, but I think whatever was given there as results, I have an issue with those two. Plus, of course, the performance indicator.
You're talking about?
Where we had strategy 1.2 and strategy 1.2 repeated on the strategies.
For the strategy, sorry. Oh, sorry for that. Sorry for that. Sorry for that. I think it's an error. It should be 1.1 and 1.2.
Yeah, but either way, let's just go to them. There is a small issue I want to raise or clarification. Yeah, like this one. If you look at it, the content is the same. Allocate funds for the expansion of ICT. To me, that should not, with the expected result, identified priority areas. To me, the strategy will identify the strategy areas. Otherwise, the way it is, I think it is not, the expected result cannot be that. For strategy 1.2, that can be okay, that is okay, but not for the upper one. Then when we come to the performance indicators, I still have a problem because the performance indicator should be reflect the expected output, and these ones don't reflect. That is my question. That is the problem I appear to have.
Okay, I will review to that. I think there is an error. I need to get what 1.12. I think the question for strategy 1, allow me just a minute to see what should have been there. Then as I respond, I get the correct strategy for that. Yeah, but not this just an example. Actually, the question should be establish the status of STI infrastructures and digital readiness. Sorry for that. Should be strategy 1.1, establish the status of STI infrastructures and digital readiness. So in terms of, these are examples of populating the table in terms of moving forward. I may not have the perfect indicators for this. I think I need to refine it so that you're able to balance as your request is before I send these slides. I'll look to the suitability of your advice and I will incorporate it within that aspect, that the indicators are able to appropriately respond to that. But sorry for the strategy 1.1 should have been different. What is there? To establish the status of STI, infrastructures, and digital readiness.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. There is other Udima. Can go ahead and ask the question.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. There's a question that I had asked earlier in terms of the reporting on commercialization of technology, of research, innovation, and technology, whereby we only produce research outputs like market inquiry reports or study reports for our internal consumption. So how would we report in that aspect? That is one. Then the other one is on the equipment. I mean, research technology and innovation equipment, the cost of 0.5 M. So this cost is in terms of, is it the equipment that is being used by the research team or the ICT team? Because, for example, we have computers in all our institutions. So are we going to say that 0.5 M, is it cumulative or is a single equipment? So just to guide on that. Then the other one is on the formation of this establishment of ethical review committees. So in my case, I come from a sector regulator where we don't have this. So when you say being affiliated to one or in the next 6 months, so I don't understand how this would work in our case, because we actually we've never thought about these scientific and ethical review committees, especially take the example of maybe ministries or government regulators, as opposed to universities or purely research institutions. I think those are the 3 questions I would want clarification. Oh, no, the other one is on intellectual property rights. And how would this be applicable to the same institutions like the ministry or a sector regulator in terms of the research output they produce? Thank you.
Okay, maybe before I continue, I wanted to get the first question. I've got the other 3 noted. The first one, I did not get what the exact thing that you're asking.
The first one was on when you are reporting, in the reporting template for the quarters, there is an area where you are supposed to report on commercialization of the aspect of, there's one aspect of commercialization of research, technology, and innovation. So when your research output or innovation output is for your internal consumption, how would I report on that? Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the first one is that we have said, if you look at the top there, MDs are required to identify and implement and report on any 4 outputs. And I was keen to say the first one may not favor others, and may favor universities and academia, but may not favor the regulator. The same case will happen when you come to this. When you're choosing the areas that are there, you have to look at the areas that are within your institutional strength or where you're able to report. But over and above, at the end of the day, what you're looking into in any aspect of the research system, whether it's a technology, whether it's an innovation, or whether it's an output of research, what we want to encourage is that we end up having a product that can end up changing the process. I would say that maybe in terms of research, there's what we call applied research and there's what we call basic research. Most of the basic research, we just, it's good, it's done, and it's closed. But when you come to the area of applied research, we are saying we would want at the end of the day to have something to apply within our area. So that if that's something that you're able to do research and maybe you end up with an output, is it possible to see whether it can end up as a product? And as a product, I mean, it could either be a service, the product could be either a service, it could be a good, it could be an item that basically is available. So, and it end up reaching at the end, because I agree that at the end of the day, as MDAs, our main building is to facilitate the citizenry. And that citizenry at the lower end is able to get that product and is able to work with it. It may not necessarily be commercialized, but it can use. Like now you're saying you're in the sector of regulator. One of the aspects of regulator is to do what you call service delivery innovations. Have we tried as a regulator to automate a process that as a service provider, we're able to provide that service to that citizenry? Then if we're able to automate that process, is it available online? Then possibly if it's available online, the next thing we would be saying, are we able to put it in the e-citizen portal so that as a government general portal, it can be accessed? It could be a product, but you may not have necessarily commercialized. It could be a product, yes, but possibly you realize that you can monetize it. Like now you realize that some of those tools that people use, they are able now to maybe pay a small fee to be able to access it. Then that fee that comes back, it not necessarily be a profit margin, but it's help in the sustainability of that product. So there is an aspect of commercialization, not to make money, but to generate a revenue to sustain that product or service that you have been able to put into place. So that's why I'm saying that when it comes to commercialization, you may say we may not be able to commercialize this as a service that should be free according to our regulatory mandate, but we can develop a product. And apart from developing a product, we can also make it available. That means that if you're making it available to the e-citizen portal, you may find yourself having an MOU and partnership. So that means that the first case, you end up with a product. Two, you're able to come up with an MOU, and possibly you're able to make it available for citizens to access it. So you may find within the list, there are some that you're able to pick. One output of one thing becomes the input of another. The output of developing that service product becomes the input of an MOU, because you want to make it available outside there for use, either on commercial or non-commercial aspect of access. Maybe to facilitate the citizen to access your service. I don't want to overemphasize on that, but I hope I'm trying to bring in the aspect home. When you talk about the equipment of 0.5, we are looking for single equipment. And as I said earlier, we are trying to look for those equipment, possibly specialized equipment, that institutions could be holding, but they don't use on a day-to-day basis. Like now we can say when you have an example, a computer uses day-to-day basis, and it may not necessarily be using for R&D. I'm saying it depends. It could have been used to like part of your core mandate, but not necessarily AD&D, because computers are part of that automation process. But we can pick a specific aspect. We can be like, now let me give an example. An institution have an embossing machine, and this machine, people would want to create brailles for maybe to support as part of their, I would call it inclusivity agenda, to support, like now we are doing disability mainstreaming. We have a document which you call a service starter. But that service charter is only available in the web. It's only available in hard copy. So people would want to visit our institution, would want to know, do we have a service charter? Maybe this person is blind. So you may need to convert that service charter into a braille and possibly make it available in a place where if one of your, if today as part of your staff, as part of your staff employment, I would say what? It's a mainstreaming of employment, of your HR capital. You get a qualified and competent staff, but this staff happens to be visually impaired. You employ him or her. So is he able to access these materials in an accessible way in form of a braille? Maybe the answer is no, but your partner institution around could be having a braille, which you can say, if you work with them, they can be able to convert your materials, maybe for free, maybe at a cost, so that those materials that can be used by part of your stakeholders or staff, they may be able to achieve that need. So that's why we are trying to look, we are looking for a single equipment that is possibly able to be shared once we're able to get that database and advice. As currently we operate in silos, we have our research, technology, and innovation equipment within our institutions. But we don't have a database where we can be able to advise and say, you don't have to travel from Kisumu to Kenya Institute of Blind to get your materials converted in braille. Well, Maseno University have that equipment. And if you are from Just, you can use the one in Maseno. Or if you're in Maseno, you can use the one in Just. Or you can use the one in Kepabi. So we would want to know, do we have these RTI equipment within these institutions? And is it possible to have a database such that if an institution requests for that information, you're able to support them in that area? Then establishment, then we're saying the regulator, the issue of research ethics. I know one of the key aspects that has been coming up is members saying, as we do research for internal consumption. So we don't go out. You're not maybe alone in this area of trying to understand why this aspect of research ethics is important. I would give an example. You are conducting a survey within your institution about HR and collecting data about HR. Are the people conducting that survey eloquent in terms of research ethics? Have they been sensitized about matters of research ethics? So once they collect this data, what do they do with it? Who accesses it? Is there an aspect of confidentiality? Is there access of all those aspects that come up with research ethics? But internally, you're saying this one is not going to public, is ours, but you're doing it internally. You have staff doing it, but they have not been taken through to understand that their research as part of a survey is a research process. And as a part of a research process, you may need to sensitize them issues of ethics. We may agree that maybe depending on the size and the nature, you may not necessarily need to establish one institutional ethics, but you may need to be affiliated. Because as much as you're collecting that data, the aspect of research ethics cannot be ignored. That's one. Then two, this research that you conduct internally, does that data end up helping the public outside there? Then even if they are staff of the organization, they are still third parties. There is the institution itself, there is the people who are conducting research, and there are people who are responding. And apart from them being employees, they are also part of the public. And that means if you're collecting data from them, then the question of comes in. One is this survey that you're conducting or this research that you want to conduct, are you complying with the requirements of research ethics? That aspects of confidentiality, aspects of, like I had mentioned, all those aspects that come with ethical aspects of conducting research. Is the data factual? You know, there are surveys you give people surveys to fill. Out of lack of ethics, they will just sit down and fill 10 questionnaires and they link to you. So then you'll be asking yourself in this research, if you publish or you're able to provide those findings, and maybe they'll be required by management to make decisions, can you be able to say that the people who conducted this activity were quite conversant, understanding that there was aspect of ethics that they didn't overlook in terms of the conducting of that exercise? So those are the aspects that will come in. And most of the times we tend to ignore them until they blow up. And when they blow up, that's when we start moving around and saying, how could we be assisted in terms of ensuring that when we conducted this research process, this undertaking process. It could be even a benchmarking process. You are benchmarking with your sister organizations in MDAs. You could be benchmarking with international organizations, and you go for benchmarking visits. That's research because you're gaining new knowledge. But now in terms of that benchmarking visit, how do you conduct it? How do you collect data? How do you manage it? Do you understand the ethical issues that come with it? And how do you manage the entire process? And if you have the team or the person or individuals trained on this, it becomes important for them even when they are undertaking that process, that they are within the guidelines that are there, given in terms of research. Intellectual property rights, I've already given an example. I said, if you're dealing with an organization, within your organization, you could be developing what you call innovations. And they could, from IT, from other areas, so it's not necessarily IT innovations. They could be even in engineering and other factors that are within the organization, because our MDAs are diverse. So in case I'm an employee and I'm able to develop an innovation, and the institution says, I'm going to use your innovation. Let me give an example. People struggle with so much aspect. I decided to develop an app that can be used in a phone so that if you are coming to our organization as a regulator, you can use that app. Then the institution says, this app is now ours because you are still our staff. How would you think the employee would react to that? You would say, but I thought the organization should have a mechanism in place that if you are able to develop an app and the organization finds it useful to use it, possibly there is a way of which they are able to I would call it motivate. I would not say compensate, because possibly they may not be able to compensate the IP, but they may be able to negotiate a motivation package saying, for any individual who is within this institution, or any stakeholder who interact with, and they're able to come up with an innovation. They bring it to us as a regulator. Then as a regulator, we find that this innovation can be of value to us as an institution, and we may need to acquire it for use. Then issues of IPs will come. And how you address those issues of IP will depend on the way you have put them in your policy. But they're able to tell them that the IP policy says if a staff or a stakeholder or an employee is able to do this ABCD, and there's an investment in the idea, in the innovation, in the patenting, in the aspect of all that, then what do you do when you want to use that kind of things? How do you deal with it? Or you can come to the institution and you want the institution to commercialize it for them as an employee. So the institution may decide to invest in it and possibly recoup when it comes to loyalties. That information will be in the intellectual property policy. And that's why there is need to have that policy in place. I think I've been able, at least to the extent, to address your 4 questions that you have been able to come up with. Okay, my colleague wants to give some additional information. So as we go ahead there, I'll give him this opportunity to just contribute.
Thank you, Cyrus, for that detailed presentation. Mine is a quick one. There are 2, and I think they're from the university. There is someone who had put it across, and he was saying the issue was that between strategy and policy, I think he probably wanted some more clarity. And because I think this, from a university perspective, we normally use strategy as a best plan that is obtained from other plans for basically actualization of goals and objectives. That is the key role of a strategy. As for the policy, these are mere guidelines. I mean, the set of rules and regulations for decision making. So I think that difference is very, very clear. Strategy helps us to actualize the objectives and the goals. Then number 2, there was a question on challenge on how to populate there are challenges to populate since it requires annual expenditure, and I think it was about on R&D. And the point is, I just wanted to bring the point that when you're talking about annual expenditure, and most of us from the university know we normally have the quarter reports from the management reports. Within it, we normally have the quarter report, and the quarter expenditures accumulate to the entire annual expenditure. So basically, what we are saying for if it is first quarter, as we report on 15th, then the question will be, what was the actual expenditure that we incurred for the quarter? Because it becomes cumulative. Even if you look at the pending bills, for example, the way we do for the pending bills, ideally, it is the only one. We keep it quarterly, but still on annual basis. For example, if you are supposed to maintain it at 1, but ideally, in each of the quarter, you are supposed to say, what was the actual pending bills by 30th of September, for example. So it's the same thing. What was the actual expenditure on R&D as per 30th of September 2021? So basically, it's accumulative. Thank you.
Thank you, Javan, for that response. I hope it has been able to address. Thank you, Javan, for that response. I hope it has been able to address that question. I can see one hand by Remy. I'll unmute so that you can ask.
My name is John Ayisi. I'm using Remy's, we are locked together with Remy on the same comp. My question is about either being accredited as institutional ethical review committee or affiliated. What I'm wondering is that what advisors want to become either affiliated or accredited? Does it, for example, rely on the volume of proposals received? What I'm asking is that there could be differences in terms of being accredited compared to only an affiliated to an institution. For example, do you benefit, for example, in terms of the amount of money charged for review of proposals if you're affiliated compared to if you're not? And then my second question is about reporting. Since a financial year has 4 quarters, do we report on all these aspects as a way of populating, or can we say that in the first quarter alone report on STI strategy, then on the second quarter a report on this, third quarter on this, and last quarter on this, and then it adds up to your 30 plus 70. Thank you.
Okay, I would give my colleague, Mr. Wanyama, who is here, to respond to you, John, kindly.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, and thank you for the questions that you have raised. Dr. Ayisi, I want to thank you for those questions that you've raised. First, for you to have an accreditation, if we have to accredit an institutional scientific and ethics review committee, then there is a process.
Yes. And
we have guidelines which we are linking the template to, so that you can be able to see the requirements.
Yes.
Of course, there are issues of human and institutional capacity to be able to establish a committee must be met as provided for by the guidelines. And that, of course, for you to go the route of accreditation, you must be able to justify that you have sufficient volumes of research proposals that you are going to handle. If your volume is small, then there might be no need, there might not be a need for you to establish one, and therefore you may need just to write to us and say we are in discussion with the committee A, and that all our research proposals will be channeled to that committee A, and there is that understanding. That is basically what affiliation is all about. Yes. But for accreditation, of course, you must also demonstrate that you have both the human and financial resources to be able to establish that committee, and you have volumes of proposals that you want to review. That, I think, responds to your question. with regard to affiliation, and as well as the comparison between affiliation and establishment. Then the second aspect is that you are reporting on every quarter, and we would like you to focus. There are certain things that can be reported within the quarter. For example, you do not need to repeat telling us about a dissemination workshop that you had in the first quarter, repeating that in the second quarter. There are other aspects that are long-term issues of intellectual property. You may be able to report them anytime that happens, because commercialization is not going to take place throughout. So what we'll expect is that just report what is reportable for the quarter, and accumulatively, we look forward that at the end of the 4 quarters, we'll be able to see whether your tables have been populated adequately. So every data you send to us for the first quarter, we have established a folder where we'll put, and we'll be able to add whatever you're going to give us in the second quarter. So it's just important that you report what happens within the quarter. I think that is what I needed to say for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wanyama, for that, and I hope it has also been able to, John, to get the answers that
yes
you had requested on.
Yes.
Okay, there is a question here for Naftali. How are the scores going to be computed? I'm sorry, I am still not answered. Thank you. So the scores will be computed as per the table. When you went through the table, you realize we are saying what we require. Like now we are saying, filling the table for HR, we need to provide that data. And this one will vary from every organization to every organization. And we believe at this point, unless a newly instituted MDA, it has data on the staff who are there, and we are giving priority within that area of staff within those areas that we have specified and categories. And we are also aware, I think one of the key aspects that has always been there is, are we going to be scored the same as other institutions which are highly specialized, like I would say at TVET and the university? So what we are requiring is that you're able to provide us the information that you are requesting. Then the scores that are there will be assigned as we look at to the aspect objectively to what you have been able to provide it to us. And there is a maximum score that has been indicated. And for reasons that you are not able to score the maximum, then by institution, when you be getting our responses, we'll be telling you what areas of these weaknesses did we identify within your reporting tool or gaps, so that you're able to give us the information that we are requesting from you. I know I will give an example. We have a reporting tool and we are telling you, tell us research projects that the institution is undertaking. So if the institution is not undertaking any research projects or programs, write none. Don't write not applicable, because not applicable is ambiguous. We don't know whether it's not applicable to you or it's not applicable in terms of your aspect. You go to the aspect of resource mobilization. Maybe you would be saying we do not get government capitation. Just right there, we do not get government capitation, so we don't get government funds for our case. So either we generate from our ANA, either students, either we generate from our commercial enterprise and as an MDA or as a regulator, so that the information is clear. When it's not applicable, for us on this side of NACOST, it becomes very difficult to do that. And that's why you find that in subsequent communication, we'll be trying to inform you that these are the areas that we are finding you as an agency. The information that you're providing to us isn't sufficient to help us in terms of the data that we are collecting. Because when you say not applicable, it's really very difficult, but it's different from saying none. Like now we're asking, has the institution established an IP policy? Stick yes or no. Don't leave the aspect blank. Because if you leave it blank, that means we don't know whether you saw the question and you missed it. So or you saw the question and possibly it was not clear to you, so you didn't know whether to pick yes or no. It leaves an ambiguity in terms of knowing what's the status of your institution on that specific target. But generally, when it comes to scoring, it will be scored in terms of ensuring that you are filling your tables appropriately and you are providing the information that is available. If it is not available, kindly indicate none, it's not available. And there is no harm, and you do not lose marks for saying none, because if it doesn't, it's not there, it's not there. And possibly it is not within your line as an institution to have that aspect there. The only challenge would be that from table 1 to table N, all of them are none. Then that one will also become interesting to know why you are feeling none. So where information is not readily available, just write the information not readily available on HR data, but we are consulting the HR department to provide us data on this. You could have RTI equipment, but you're not sure whether these equipment are I'm trying to answer Caroline Kivu, who has also asked the same question. You're not so sure whether these equipment are categorized as part of STI equipment or they are just your equipment for your day-to-day running. So possibly that one you may need to understand further, maybe in a reach out to you and know what kind of institution is this, then what equipments are you having? Are you a regulator? Are you a service provider? Then what are these equipment you're talking about? Are you investing on equipments for testing? And what are you testing? Let me give this example. It's KEBS. You are doing equipment for testing to measure standards. One of the aspects of STI is quality. We say when you're dealing with science, the directorate is called the quality assurance. There is an aspect of quality assurance. So if you look at KEBS, as their core mandate is quality assurance, then we'd want to know this equipment that you're using to test, what were the parameters that informed this? Was this informed by some form of STI or R&D? Like saying, so far we have been using this equipment to measure, but we have done benchmarking as part of our study, and we have found that our equipment may not be well calibrated, and we can get a new equipment from Germany. So this equipment you're getting from Germany or you're importing from whichever country has been informed by your research, which could be either you did a benchmarking, you did observation, you did read materials. There was something that you proposed to the management, they tabled to the board or the council or the PS if it's the ministry, and they said yes, with the argument that our equipment cannot be able to support the kind of technologies that are coming, we may need to advance our technology. And this informs investment in R&D, which means that the aspect of investing in that measurement equipment for standards, whatever standards that you are selecting now, was not just bought just to be a new equipment. It was formed through a rigorous process of either research, benchmarking, site visits, technology changes. There were all those things that informed that change. And that means as a contribution to R&D, that's how you ended up buying that equipment. It's supporting your core mandate, but it was part of an R&D process that informed that this equipment is to be procured, it was budgeted for, and was procured. I don't know which this question was, but I know there was a question on STI for Teachers Training College. And in the Q&A, I saw my colleague answer that STEM is one of the areas that you are considering. So as a training college, what are you doing in terms of STEM? It could be either in terms of STEM curriculum, it could be either in terms of STEM mentorship, it could be either in terms of all those areas with involving STEM. So what is the institution doing as a training teachers institution in the area of STEM? And that STEM, if you go back to the aspect of our document, you can see where it falls. It could even be STEM in mainstreaming, gender parity, trying to ensure that the teachers who are being admitted to STEM courses within the teacher training courses, we have 50% male, 50% female. Gender mainstreaming comes there. Issue of how are you making it aware? Are you moving towards outside to your stakeholders to ensure that you are trying to do STI advocacy, telling schools as you go for teaching practice, do you have an opportunity to encourage students within those schools as you go to take up STEM courses as part of your contribution to STNI? I think that the whole thing is still wide, but I may not give the exhaustive answers for now. I think at this juncture, which is quite a number of aspects, would wish to call the chair to come and possibly come to the closure of the process. I want to appreciate, I think there are those questions we will still capture that will still be coming, and we'll be able to respond to them as we go. So at this juncture, I want to thank you everyone, and thank you for your time and for your patience in terms of what you have been able to at least listen through the entire program process. Thank you.
You're going to allow me to. Okay, thank you very much, Cyrus, for the presentation and even for handling the questions that were posted to you. I want to say that we are coming to the end of this training, and want to take this opportunity on behalf of the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, NACOSTI, to most sincerely thank all the MDAs who have participated in this second training. We thank you for the very useful feedback that we have received from you today. And I would like to assure you on behalf of the Commission that they will be addressed accordingly. I remember, as we set in, one of the objectives was to have an interaction and a feedback on how we are implementing this performance indicator. And therefore, that feedback that you've received both orally as well as that which is in the chat will be looked at again by the Secretariat and be able to respond to those issues as I've mentioned. I would also like to thank you for the submissions that you've made this far, and particularly those institutions that were able to submit their reports by the mandatory deadline of 15th of October 2021. We also, nonetheless, also want to thank those that submitted after the deadline, and we also want to encourage those that are yet to submit again to do so. The window is open, as we mentioned before, that please submit your reports and as soon as possible. When you submit the reports through the PC, through the email address, which is pc@nacosti.go.ke, because that is the official email address for channeling the reports, you should be able to receive a response that tells you that we have received your documents and will revert back. That is an automatic response, which also gives you a feedback to the effect that indeed your documents have been successfully delivered. Should you not get that, please do another email, a follow-up, so that you are sure that the documents that you have submitted are with us. And as NACOSTI, again, would like to assure you that we shall analyze the evidences and the reports that you've given to us and revert back to you by 30th of October 2021, again in line with expectations of the PC guidelines for 2021-2022. 2021-2022. And as we respond to you, we encourage you to feel free to respond to any of our comments. And if you think they don't reflect what you submitted, please let us know. We would like to engage as far as possible so that at the end of this exercise, when we give you a score at the end of the financial year, then it actually reflects exactly your performance. We further want to request that you submit your report. Please include the evidences. Okay, that has been said before, but I just want to emphasize that we want to see the evidences as well. Those of you who did not submit the evidences, please again follow up by submitting the requisite evidences. We do not want to reach at the end of the year and then start asking you for evidence of a workshop which we conducted early July. We would like to have that evidence now. Before I conclude, I want to request all of you that we have an evaluation form. We'd like you to give us some feedback. That evaluation form, you will find it when you exit from this meeting. It will redirect you to that form. We would like you to fill that form online and just fill it once. We have also put the same on the chart so that you can also click on it and fill it. It's important that you do so because it provides a feedback to us and we are able to respond appropriately to the way we are conducting our business. So you can use the one on the chart, which we have already given you, and you can see it there. Just click on that, and then it will give you a form, which takes just a minute or so for you to fill, and we appreciate if you do so. Finally, I want to give you a commitment from NACOSTI that one will make all the presentations that we have made available to you, so we'll send them to you. Two, the documents that are uploaded on the website, again, shall be sent to you for the ease of reference, because during this discussion, some people realize that they are finding it difficult to be able to download the documents. And in doing that, we will first send these documents to the focal persons. Why do you want to do that? We want to do that because the focal persons, the appointment and the evidence of the appointment is one of the very first things that we expect institutions to do. So if your institution has not appointed a focal person, please ask them to do so that we give them these documents, because those are the people who will be very instrumental in collecting the information before the reporting is done. And just to again emphasize the fact that issues to do with the Institutional Ethics Review Committee have come out very strongly. And we also are going to take that up. And as I said, in response to what Dr. Aisi had asked, is that if you do not have the capacity to be able to establish your own institution based on the requirements of the guidelines, then we highly recommend that you seek for affiliation with an existing Institutional Ethics Review Committee. In the future, of course, knowing the importance of this committee, and since we are also benchmarking them with the best international practice, we discourage people just coming up and saying we have constituted a committee and therefore the committee is in place. We will go by the international best practice, because this addresses matters of research quality assurance, And again, just as my colleague did mention earlier, sometimes we are saying we are doing research internally without taking cognizance that research is research and has to follow the internationally accepted procedures of undertaking research, and therefore ensuring that you follow the right protocols in undertaking research becomes a very important aspect for all of us. That is why we say, even as we constitute those institutional scientific and ethics review committees, then they have to be benchmarked with the international best practice. And NACOSTI will be willing to do that, and perhaps soon we will be able to organize trainings specifically on their establishment and their functions, so that we put that into perspective for the purpose of having committees that can be accepted internationally. Because these committees, once you are accredited, then letters of clearance that you issue are actually accepted internationally. And therefore, the reason why we must make them within the international best practice. I think that is all that I want to say for now. And once more, to thank all of you for making it and staying on. And as NACOSTI, we are reachable. You can reach us based on the numbers that we have, as well as the email addresses. We'll be able to address any other issues and concerns that you may have. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to close this session by again offering a prayer for all of us, so that we can be able to take our lunch wherever we are and continue with the rest of the business for the day. So let's pray. Our dear loving Father, we are grateful again for bringing us this far. When we started, we asked for knowledge, for wisdom and understanding. We also asked that, my Father, you may give us clear connections. And indeed, as we stand here this afternoon, we are grateful that you are able to respond to our prayers. We want to commit the MDAs before you, Lord, because you are working for the betterment of this nation. We pray that, my Father, you'll be able to grant us knowledge and wisdom, even as we work in our various institutions, that at the end of it, my Father, will bring this country to where your plans had from the very beginning. We thank you for the rest of the day. We pray that, God, as we continue with the activities for the rest of the day, Lord, may you be with us. And as you cause us yet to meet again, Father, we'll be careful to remember to thank and to honor you. We bless your name because we pray this, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen. So have a good afternoon.